Mic check. Oh my goodness. Happy Friday, everybody. It's good to be here. I am sick. My little beautiful Petri dish brought me home something wonderful from school and hit me last night. And so I apologize for being late. I think the NyQuil kept me asleep a little bit longer than I wanted to be. And it's been tough going this morning. So thank you, guys. The day's not too bright in Utah, I reckon. That's true. That's true. Welcome everybody here on TikTok. I cannot see the engagement with gifts today. I don't know why. I can see your chat today, but I can't see your gift engagement today. So I apologize if I don't acknowledge that, but it's good to have you here. Everybody on Twitch, on YouTube, thanks for being here. Make sure you're sharing this with your friends. Hit the like button wherever you are. And then if you're watching after, if we're not live when you're watching this, go ahead and drop a comment in there and just tell me your favorite Midwestern city to visit. That's what we want to know. I also am heavily medicated today, and it is getting my cotton mouth pretty bad, and I don't have gum. So I apologize today if I start getting real lispy. I'm going to do my best. But welcome, everybody. It's Friendly Friday. We got a good show for you set up today. And then the last hour of the show, as always on Friday, we go to the Friendly. So make sure you're a member of Discord if you want to jump in for Friendly Friday. If you are not friendly, today is not your day, but you can join us at any point to discuss any of our topics by messaging Jen over on Discord at JenDub1. And she will get you up here. You can talk to me while we are live on the show. No, Ariel, no, I should not have talked about the dryness of my mouth. That was a mistake on my part, and you're taking advantage. But the big announcement so far today is that due to the designation of Antifa as a terrorist group, it turns out we are going to shut it down. Antifa is folding, and here is the president of Antifa to make the announcement.
Hi, I'm the president of Antifa, and I'm sorry to announce that today we'll need to shut down the whole organization. Now that we've been labeled a major terrorist organization, we have no choice but to cease operations. I just can't handle this kind of heat, especially in Q3 of the fiscal. You should soon be receiving a message to your @antifa.com email address that explains all of the details, but here's a quick rundown. Unfortunately, all employees will need to be terminated from the Antifa organization. If you have any personal effects or mementos at your desk at Antifa headquarters, please pick them up by the end of the week. You can leave your Antifa ID card at the security desk, but there are also instructions in the email for how to mail it in. I'll be going first thing Saturday morning to shut off the lights and turn off the sign outside the building. Unfortunately, this also means the cancellation of all Antifa company activities. This includes next month's company retreat in the Poconos, the Antifa bake sale, and the burning down of the Wichita, Kansas police headquarters.
The transition from Poconos to the bake sale to the burning down of the Kansas police headquarters.
If you are a member of the Antifa softball team, we have paid all league dues through the rest of the year already, so you can continue to participate in games if you would like. Team captain Hasan Piker has agreed to stay on and man first base. All your Antifa medical benefits will still be good through the end of November. What began as a small startup radical leftist organization just a decade ago has blossomed into a family. I'll cherish the relationships we've built as we've scared conservatives across the country. While it's certainly a sad day, I'm hoping you all will take the values we've cultivated here at Antifa and bring them to whatever's next in your life. And I'd be happy to write a letter of recommendation for any of you. But for now, we must say goodbye to Antifa. So thank you for your service, and God bless America.
That's right. That's right. Somebody said somebody will take this as legitimate. I fully expect Marjorie Taylor Greene to be on the House of Congress today saying, "Did you see? Antifa was so afraid they shut down their whole business, and now they're gonna go after our softball team, though." I don't know about Hasan playing first base. I don't know what kind of athlete he is. I know he's in good shape, but I've seen him run, and I have questions about that. I'm not like a big consumer of Hasan Piker. I have seen obviously a lot of clips from Hasan. I am certain that I've never seen a whole live stream from him. I know I've seen some debates from him and some clips. So let me just say this. From what I've seen from Hasan, I like Hasan. I have not seen everything from Hasan. I know that there's accusations about being a terrorist sympathizer, but like I've been called that simply by siding with the Palestinians, so I don't know. But I saw this clip yesterday, and I just thought it was the right energy. If anybody right now has a reason to be nervous about this administration, especially after labeling Antifa as a terrorist organization, it's going to be Hasan. And I saw this clip of him responding to that designation, and I appreciated it, so I want to show it. Let me pull this up here.
I am an anti-fascist, okay? Fuck this administration. This administration is a fascist one. I am an anti-fascist. What the fuck are we doing? What's next? Are they going to openly go, nope, we are a fascist government now? They're going to just say that? Is that what we're doing? Because anti-fascism is just fascism. Bro, don't say that right now. Oh, what the fuck? Get out of here, dude. Listen, you need to understand something, okay? These people are not strong. They're fucking weak. They fear you being united, okay? We have the numbers. There are Americans of good conscience everywhere, okay? And because they're so fearful that if the people stand united, that they'll never be defeated.
I saw a lot of pushback on this in the comment section where I found this, and people are saying, you don't have the numbers, you lost the election. I don't know if that's what Hasan's saying or not, but like when he says you have the numbers and then he brings up like Americans, like I do think he's right. I had a very spirited conversation with a group of friends this morning, the same group that I talk about all the time. And I don't know if it gets old that I talk about this group chat, but it's just enlightening for me. And in the group chat, it was some of the discussion was, we'll never get anywhere. You'll never get people on your side if everybody keeps saying fascist and keeps saying Hitler. And I just, for maybe the first time in this chat, I just had enough. And I was like, we just can't do that anymore. Like, I'm not going to accept that anymore. You can't say that if you called Trump a fascist or Hitler, that like it's destructive when the vice president did it. You can't say that calling somebody as a fascist, that calling people a fascist leads to violence, and then it just ignore all the violence that's happened on the left. When Donald Trump is, there's never been a presidential candidate in our life ever who called his opponent fascist more than Donald Trump. And what I think Hasan is pointing out here, and that a lot of us are coming to the realization of, is if you give an inch, they take it. And if you give another inch, they take it. And if you give another inch, they take it. That's what fascists do. And that's what Donald Trump is doing. That's what Putin did. That's what Orban did. That's what Netanyahu did. That's what Israel has done to Palestine. You have to understand like who's on the other side of this negotiation. And on the other side of this negotiation is somebody who will never stop, who will never apologize, who will always keep moving forward. And so every bit of ground that you give to Donald Trump, he will gladly take, and then he will ask for more. It's the whole, like, don't feed the animals. If any of you have been to Yellowstone, they always tell you not to feed the animals, not because it's not cute, because it is, but because then the animals become dependent on it. And Donald Trump's march towards authoritarianism is dependent on thin-skinned, weak little bitches stepping aside and capitulating. It is remarkable. I'll find it actually while this is playing. I'll find this clip of Anna Kasparian, Piers Morgan as well. The amount of like moderate Democrats who are taking this, like, we need to tone it down. Then what? Does he tone it down? When you tone down the rhetoric, does he tone it down? Every elected Republican that I know of in the aftermath of the assassination of Charlie Kirk said, we need to tone down the rhetoric. This is a horrible thing that happened. We don't condone political violence. And what did that do? Did that bring us together? No. J.D. Vance went out there and was like, I appreciate it, but no. Not until you guys are Christian nationalists. And Trump went out there and was like, yeah, you guys are actually all saying that he deserved this. All it takes is one person on the left, just some stranger on Twitter, mocking Charlie Kirk, and they'll apply it to the right or the left. They'll just apply it to everybody, and then they'll keep going. Because it's two things. One, they're authoritarian, and two, they love being victims. Oh my God, do they love being victims? It is their favorite thing. I saw the same people. I'll say it, Dominic on TikTok. If anybody's friends with Dominic, I just want to say to that guy, like, fuck that guy. I don't know who the fuck that guy is, but hosting lives to get people to dox people and then to call their employers. What kind of bitch shit is that? What kind of bitch shit is that? Well, you said mean things. We're gonna get you fired. Bro, you're on TikTok. People are there to debate you. People say mean things. Get a spine. And why is it that, like, nobody cares if they have mean things said about them? But if somebody says something mean about Charlie Kirk, you're all in. Why is that? Because these businesses are afraid right now, and you have all collectively adopted Charlie Kirk's death as somehow like an attack on you. It's your own personal victimhood. The right's not going to stop here. They're going to be victims no matter what, no matter how apologetic we are right now, no matter how contrite we are right now, no matter how much we beg to turn down the rhetoric. And I do think, by the way, to tone down the rhetoric, be more concise with your rhetoric. You don't have to stop saying the words. But I will say this to criticize maybe our side of the aisle. If you're going to call the other side fascist, you need to know why. And you need to be able to explain that. Otherwise, it does come off as just like ignoring that Charlie Kirk was assassinated. I don't want to talk about that anymore because I want to talk about moving forward where this administration's going.
That they try to pick apart, they try to divide the masses, they try to make an example out of people, okay? And when institutions don't actually respond in defense of the citizens in a country like the United States.
Yeah, Samuel, tell me who was canceled. Go ahead, Samuel. Name the names of the people that were canceled. Name the people that were canceled under Biden. What, Laura Loomer? You're upset with us canceling Laura Loomer? And by the way, it's not even about cancel culture. This is what's unbelievable about you guys. Are you listening to what Hasan said? Are you listening to what I said? First of all, if you're calling around getting people fired for their jobs for things they said on the internet, you're a bitch. And I think that goes like across the aisle. If you're taking time out of your life and you're seeing something that you find offensive on Twitter and then you go and you try and get that person fired, yep, I think that's kind of soft. But that's okay. You can do it. You have every legal right to do it. So I think you're soft for doing that. And I think people on the left would be soft for doing the same thing. But what didn't happen in the Biden administration is the administration directly going after the press, directly suing them, trying to silence them. This is new. So if anybody's going to come up today, by the way, I just want to make it clear, I have no desire to talk to you about anything somebody on Twitter said. If you want to come up and talk to me today, we're going to talk about authoritarianism. I don't speak for anybody but myself, and I'm not going to defend what somebody said because I don't have to. Because I thought when I woke up this morning that I lived in a place where speech was free, where I can say awful things. And there might be consequences for that socially, but I don't have to worry about my government coming after me. And now I have to worry about my government coming after me. You folks never had that. Don't pretend that you had that. And even if you did have it, why are you doing it back? If it was so wrong then, why are you doing it? Are you saying that those who participate in cancel culture, that you're just admitting you're no better than them? I've never participated. I've never tried to get anybody canceled. Ever. Not one single time. People threaten my life every day. Recently, never tried. I don't report it. I don't do any of that shit. You have the right to say awful things in this country. But now you guys are using like your pathetic cancel culture that is permeated your entire party. And instead of being like, yeah, we're doing it, you're like, yeah, we're doing it because you did it. All right, so you're just a bitch? Like, you can't criticize them and then do the same thing. Otherwise, you're just them. And that's where we're at in this country. Like, we're looking for the lowest bar possible. Like, how bad can we get? We're going to go all the way to the bottom. That's where you guys are. So I don't think we necessarily need to change the words. I think we need to act like adults and stop the bitch shit.
States of America especially, okay? If institutions don't respond, if people don't respond, if they actually obey in advance, then regardless of how weak they are, regardless of how fearful they are, they win. And it doesn't stop. When they get a victory, they do not stop. That just emboldens them to dig deeper. This is how it fucking works. They do not have enough confidence. They do not have the numbers. There is a lot of discontent against this administration. They do not have the numbers. They can't even get the fucking National Guard to be deployed everywhere. They can't do that. And even if they were to do that, there is no guarantee of success because the National Guard is also comprised of your fucking neighbors, okay? There's no guarantee that those guys are going to be like, all right, well, we're loyal servants of fascism now. These are the actions of a weak administration. These are not the actions of a strong administration. If they were strong, they wouldn't feel the need to stamp out any sort of discontent. If they were strong, they wouldn't feel the need to try to put the fear of God in your hearts, in your minds, in your soul, to stop you, to make you think twice before you engage in any sort of anti-fascist action, before you engage in any sort of demonstration, because they are afraid. It is upon all of us to make sure that we don't stand down, okay? Today will be the easiest day for you to express your discontent. Tomorrow, it will get harder. And the day after, it will be even harder than that. And the less we express our discontent, the less we express our frustrations, the more this administration will feel emboldened to do more of the same.
Let me clarify a little bit because there seems to be some confusion in the chat. I think that there are things that are perfectly fine to be reported. And there are things that are perfectly fine to contact an employer for or contact the authorities for. Not jokes, not words that don't incite violence, not words that target marginalized communities. I think it is perfectly acceptable in some instances to contact somebody's employer. But if you are contacting somebody's employer because somebody made a joke online, I do. I do. If it's clearly a joke and it's not hurting anybody, I think that's bitch shit, and I think that's bitch shit either way. It's hard sometimes to calm the rhetoric. It's hard. It seems like no matter what we do, like on the right or the left, we show up every day and somebody just wants to be outraged. Like it seems like a lot of you don't want any of this to calm down. It seems like you're so angry you just want to go, 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 go. And while I can understand that anger and that fear, I have some of that myself. You do have to look at like what is going to work. It's true. I'm admitting like it's not going to work to give an inch. It's not going to work to capitulate to Trump, but it's also not going to work to be hysterical and scream all the time. I realize that has sexist overtones. I meant this with everybody. I want to be clear on that. It's not just women. Before I get that DM. It doesn't do anybody any good to be like, fuck them, and then just go start screaming at them. That doesn't do any good. And it seems like that, like a lot of our country's just there. I understand the rage. I do. But the only way that you can ever get through to somebody is you've got to be able to communicate it. If you can't communicate it, they'll never listen, especially if they're already on the other side. And if they already think that you're just like, that you're just being hyperbolic, and then they ask you to explain what you mean, and you can't explain it, they're going to be left with the conclusion that you're just being hyperbolic. That's the hard part. Like in talking to this group chat this morning, like these are white dudes in Utah. They're my age. They're married. They have good jobs. This hasn't hit them yet. There's people all over the country this has hit already. It hasn't hit them yet, so it doesn't feel real. It hasn't hit their neighbors yet. It hasn't hit their community yet. And most people's reality is just whatever they see out their front door. And so if I go in with this group of friends and I start just being hysterical, they're not gonna listen. And they're not going to take whatever steps I can possibly get them to take. That's the only point. It's about effective communication. Let your rage drive you to research. Let your rage drive you to make better arguments. But it is getting old, like going through clips every day, and it's just like you read the comment. It's just like two people calling each other fascist, and neither person knowing what the word fascist means. And that gets tiring. I do want to show this polling though from Harry Enton, and this gave me a little bit of hope this morning.
Are rare points in which I see a piece of data and it just sort of jumps off the screen at me. And this is one of them because I really just think it tells the entire story. And this is among Republicans. The media is biased and should be punished. Look at this. 71% of Republicans agree with the idea that the media is biased and should be punished. Republicans are absolutely loving what is happening right now to Jimmy Kimmel. Absolutely love the words that are coming out of Brendan Carr's mouth. The bottom line is that they believe that the media is biased and should be punished. So taking Jimmy Kimmel off the air, if there's government influence there, they're absolutely enjoying it.
And this is such a glaring example of how like different the realities we live in are, right? Like all media is biased. All people are biased. All commentators are biased. Everybody is biased. Like, so the mainstream media is also not a monolith, so that doesn't make any sense. This oversimplification has worked really well for Republicans, where they're able to label things like the mainstream media as if it is some monolith. It's not. In fact, the right acts far more like a monolith than the left. The left has a range, but everybody on the right is saying the same thing, and this is where I've got issues, because when we're talking about Jimmy Kimmel, for example. And we say that Jimmy Kimmel is biased because he brings on mostly Democrat guests. That's okay. He can do that. Yes, he is biased. I agree with that. Jimmy Kimmel is biased. Late night television is biased. That's okay. It's true. So what should we do about it? Isn't the conservative ideology to come up with like alternates and win in the marketplace of ideas? Isn't that like you have Greg Gutfeld? That's not going that well. Daily Wire has tried to create a show like this. That's not going that well. Maybe, just maybe, you guys are bad at this. It's amazing how much you love the free market until the free market rejects you. And then it's like, oh, this isn't fair. The free market should have to accept us. But even with Jimmy Kimmel, nobody is more dishonest about what happened than the right. Jimmy Kimmel didn't fucking lie. He did not lie. He didn't even make fun of Charlie Kirk. He was making fun of Trump and his supporters for the way that they reacted, and it wasn't a lie. When Jimmy Kimmel said they spent all weekend trying to blame everybody but their own. MAGA, raise your hand if you, during the weekend, we're blaming somebody else from MAGA for what happened. Just raise your hand, because I didn't see it. I didn't see anybody from MAGA blaming their own. So how's that a lie? They spent all weekend blaming anyone but their own. That's so true. It's so far removed from a lie that like I'm left to assume that none of you can critically think. And that you literally baby bird every morning. Give me my opinions, please. Every headline from the right is Jimmy Kimmel lied. Donald Trump goes out, Jimmy Kimmel lied. JD Vance, Jimmy Kimmel lied. Brendan Carr, Jimmy Kimmel lied. No, he didn't. He accurately described what MAGA did all weekend. And by the way, it wasn't blaming the left. You guys want, your politicians want to say that it was somebody on the left. Your own party doesn't believe that. You have division in your own party. There is a not insignificant number of people, including Candace Owens, who think that Israel did this. I don't think that we would consider Israel part of the left. So, yes, your party blamed Israel. Your party blamed Antifa. Your party blamed trans people. Your party blamed gay people. You blamed literally everybody but yourselves. Jimmy Kimmel was right. And now we're rewriting history. Now we're like, well, they fired him because his show ratings are bad. Oh, okay. We'll get to that in a little bit.
Punished by whom, I guess, is the question. How are Republicans, and how much are Republicans, as you're pointing out here, likely to, or what are they going to think about that this decision was made with government influence?
Yes, exactly right. So, it's one thing if the idea is, okay, Jimmy Kimmel's being punished by his own company, right? Being punished by ABC, being punished by Disney. But the idea that the government is influencing it, I don't think that Republicans are going to have much of a problem with it, because take a look here. Republicans already think that the U.S. media and U.S. news organizations are in fact influenced by government interests. Look at this again amongst Republicans. Look at this, 64%. This is, again, even before the Kimmel news broke, 64% of Republicans believe that the U.S. media is influenced by government interests a great deal. We're talking 2/3 of Republicans. And then you get another 26% who say are somewhat influenced.
Republicans, just for a second, imagine that you're wrong. Just imagine that you just let it play out. And let's say that you wanted to trick your constituency into being okay with you as government elected officials controlling the media. If you wanted to be able to do that and you needed the support of your party, what would you do? You would convince them that the media was controlled by the left, so that when you do it, they won't care. Let's talk about reality. Yes, it is true that there are more mainstream media sources that side with the left than the right. But the amount of views, the amount of impact is heavier on the right. You guys get more views. More people watch your news organizations than on the left. So does it matter? Does it matter that there's more organizations? No, it's pretty split here. But now that they're going after these news organizations about lies, apparently, that aren't lies. They say that they lied about Russia. They didn't. They said that they lied about January 6th. They didn't. They said Jimmy Kimmel lied about Charlie Kirk. He didn't. Not only are you unable to distinguish true from false, you're also unable to distinguish bias. You're also unable to distinguish impact. Right-wing news does better on cable TV. You know why? Because old people have cable TV. That's why. Old conservative people love it. And old people in general love it. But if you can go to YouTube, you win on YouTube. You win on TV. You win on Rumble. You win I don't know if you win. I don't think you win on Twitch. You win on Kick. You win on Twitter. Everywhere you go, conservatives win. I've recently started looking at conservative accounts on TikTok. You'll see accounts with 60, 70, 80,000 followers. And every video they put up has 200 views. It's more organized. It's a bigger echo chamber. You stay in those echo chambers. But the reason that you guys are okay with what's going on right now is because you've been convinced that this is what we did, so you're just doing it back. And it's not true.
Influenced by government interest. That totals up to nearly 90% when, of course...
What do you mean there's one channel of conservative ideology news? Fox News, OAN, what's the other? Newsmax? And I would say News Nation now. News Nation definitely has a right tilt. There's at least 4. And then there's CNN and MSNBC. CNBC is right-leaning. You guys don't seem to understand that. CNBC is like a propaganda channel for this administration's economics. So CNN versus NBC, where are the other left-leaning ones? ABC, CBS, NBC, I guess? They don't really do nightly news the same way. You don't have a bunch of talking heads there. I don't think you're right.
You're not just rounding.
That's right. Right Side Broadcasting, who they're the ones that pushed out Charlie Kirk. But I think that's just online, isn't it? Do they have are they on cable? I might not know.
If you would, you'd be at 90%. But we're talking about 89% of the public of Republicans, who say that the U.S. media is influenced by government interests. So no, Republicans, A, they like the idea that Jimmy Kimmel's being punished, and B, they're not at all going to be against the idea that the government might be influencing it, because they already think, 2/3 already think that the government is influencing U.S. media organizations a great deal in this country.
I mean, or just...
Let's look at the cable news rankings. Let's see. Let's just see. Who's winning the cable news? Could have pulled that up. See if I can get a chart of it. It's a story. That is crazy. I just clicked on two different sources and they are exactly the same, like, format. That's weird. It's the same. Images. This is crazy. They're all like the same. It's like carbon copy. All right, when's this from? Shit. Sorry. What is this? All right, cable TV rankings. All right, ESPN is number 1. Fox is number 2 overall with 2.5 million primetime viewers. Then MSNBC has 721,000. CNN has 500,000, so that's 1.2 million. We're about halfway to what Fox gets. If we scroll down, Bravo, Turner, Newsmax, then Newsmax, that's right leaning. So they add another 300,000 there. Yeah, it looks an awful lot to me. I mean, this is earlier in the year. Looks an awful lot to me like Newsmax and Fox News. Their combined views far outweigh CNN and MSNBC. See what I mean? But you've been convinced. Like you legitimately have a monopoly. It's crazy. And by the way, a right winger is now buying up all these news organizations, including CNN, including ESPN, including ABC, including CBS. It's a professional victimhood for me. That's what I like most about you guys, is that your entire ideology is wrapped around this idea that you're victims. And you're not. You think you're victims of political violence, and yet you can commit 75% of it. You think that everybody's biased, and yet you guys get more impressions. And of all the news organizations out there, the only ones that have had to settle lawsuits for lying in the last 10 years, Fox News, OAN, and Newsmax. All of them got caught lying publicly about January 6th. And somehow the narrative from the right is still that the left-leaning news sources lied about January 6th. Every right-leaning news organization settled because they lied about January 6th. And you guys can be convinced that it's actually CNN who's lying. Propaganda is strong in the GOP.
Turn off the channel.
They could do that.
What is there is a big question about what Jimmy Kimmel's next move is. There's reporting from within, sources saying that ABC is trying to find a way potentially to bring him back on air. What's the conventional wisdom around this?
Yeah, what's the conventional wisdom? Well, I'll go to the prediction markets here. A chance that Jimmy Kimmel live returns by the end of 2025. It's just a little bit more than 50%, 56% of the last reading that I was able to get. By the end of this month, it's 20%, about a 1 in 5. So at this point, the prediction markets basically have it as a coin flip that Kimmel returns by the end of the year, which I think kind of feels right.
Might feel right. I don't know if they're going to do that. We'll see about that. Here's Fox News now, rewriting what speech means. This is a news channel that loves to talk about free speech. Watch Harris, is it Harris Faulkner? Watch her rewrite the definition of free speech now.
Well, and it's more speech, not less speech.
Actually, real quick, let me read some comments. Jen, I'm not getting all these ones that you're getting. The super chats aren't showing up in the same way. So, these are from Wednesday. Some of these. Janelle said, "This is a Start Friday show. I work nights, so thanks, Janelle." Brian said, "Hey Jay, how's the weather? Love what you do." Cloudy. Bad storm came through last night. Tanya said, "Happy Friday." Thank you, Marianne. Moist Fart says range. You mean rage. Did I say range? Did I write?
No, you said it right.
Oh, okay. Amy Lynn said bias because what the majority is watching. Moist Fart said he was a leftist. Dude was dating a furry. Oh, you're that guy. Once again, to those that are on the right, I just want are you saying that if you are gay or trans or dating a furry, then you have to be on the left? Is that what you're saying? There's no place in your party for those people? Say it with your full chest. You can't do both. You can't say that this person's on the left because of this and then also say that you guys aren't anti that. You got to pick. You're either anti-gay, anti-trans, or anti-furry, or you're not. Amy said Stephen Colbert is the highest rated late night show, but Trump cried. Yeah. Kelly said Jimmy Kimmel said he was one of them. Governor Cox also said he was one of us. True. Christy said, I went to the zoo the other day. It only had one dog. It was a shit zoo. I like that. All right, here's Harris Faulkner redefining what free speech means.
Well, and it's more speech, not less speech.
Sorry. What do you say then? You said trans people are on the left. What do you say to the trans people on the right? What do you say to Caitlyn Jenner? Somebody remember that content creator that was on Amanda's Live the other day? What do you say to them? What do you say to trans people who are conservative and who voted for Donald Trump?
I mean, you often hear me say that. It's because that's really what we want. We want an open market for speech. But speech comes with more than responsibility, more than accountability. It comes with the expectation that we'll have integrity when we use our speech. And so,
excuse me? Excuse me? How do you even quantify that? How do you quantify that? It comes with the understanding that we'll have integrity when using our speech. Who decides integrity? And again, they're still talking about Jimmy Kimmel, who told the truth. So where's your integrity?
there should be consequences that are appropriate, you know, for the people who are affected by it. Like, you can't put the public in danger with your words. You can't incite things after an assassination. You can't vilify one side if it's not true. Like those types of things.
Thanks, Christina.
But where we are right now is, I think, in a perilous position, too. I don't want us to say that we can just shut each other down without some thought about that. But the FCC has kind of backed out of its role. It hasn't really been enforcing things the way that it had been when it was first in position to do so. That's one. And the other really is ABC only.
Wait, is she admitting that the FCC did this? That's weird. Is she... I thought she's going to get in trouble because you're not supposed to say that the FCC had anything to do with this. You're supposed to say this was a business decision. It was about money. It was about the executives. Uh-oh.
Flexed, his ratings are down. CBS, this isn't their first rodeo. Remember the Justin Timberlake, Janet Jackson thing? They've learned some lessons with the broadcast side. You remember the wardrobe malfunction? So they know that this can cost money in the end. So I've been saying, look, they knew who they hired. Eventually, he was going to step on a nail in the sidewalk, and it was going to be bad. That's who he is on the air. I mean, he's lost his funny.
Jimmy Kimmel is objectively funny. That's a crazy thing to say. I want to show, I actually didn't pull this up. Let me pull this up. When she said they knew who they hired, I think what she's referring to is Jimmy Kimmel when he was a member of the Man Show. The Man Show was with Adam Carolla. I never watched it, to be honest. I don't think I've ever seen the Man Show, but I have seen Adam Carolla. A lot of people, especially like my mom, was a big fan of Adam Carolla. I don't know if she still watches Adam Carolla or not. He's on the right, but people have kind of viewed him as centrist. Here's what Adam Carolla, a person on the right, says about Jimmy Kimmel.
I think a lot of people want me to comment on it. It's a weird thing. The right and the left are always sort of misinterpreting things. He was inaccurate about something.
Wrong. He was accurate. He was fucking so goddamn accurate. This is again a problem I have with our country. Somehow people on the right, I think it's pressure. It has to be pressure. Because what he said was 100% accurate. I heard him. Now I'm hearing Adam Carolla talk about this. I'm hearing Piers Morgan say the same thing. I'm hearing Anna Kasparian say it. Like, what are you watching? Anna Kasparian even said, like, that's what I thought too. I thought it was fine at first. And then I listened to the conservatives and saw how much it outraged them. I'm like, yeah, that doesn't change anything. Somebody being outraged by it doesn't change what he said. It's how they viewed it. And instead of saying, maybe they're just professional victims, like always, that no matter what happens, they will apply it to themselves so they can cry. You don't analyze it that way. You're like, well, we do need to worry about their feelings. Give an inch, they take a mile. Give an inch, they take a mile. Jimmy Kimmel said something that was 100% accurate, and he's being told, and half our country says he lied. I will say this. I've had Republicans who said he lied, and I sent them the clip. I said, watch it. Just explain to me what's wrong. And every single one of them in my life has told me, you're right. He didn't lie. That was true. Every one of them. It's like 6 for 6 now.
Wasn't like he was necessarily attacking Charlie Kirk. He was trying to dump it on Trump and inaccurate about it. We're living in a time where something happens. Nancy Pelosi's husband gets hit with a hammer. This side says he's had a MAGA hat on. That side says he's some kind of nudist hippie. Yeah. I don't feel like it's necessary, but that's all we do. And I don't like the government getting involved. And I've heard every side of the story. And in general, I just want people to speak, and then the ratings will do the talking, and you can support them or not support them. And what you want to watch, you can watch it, or you can watch Gutfeld and listen to him bash Kimmel, or however you want to do it. That's the world I'd like to live in. My perspective is different just because I know Jimmy, and I know Jimmy to be a very good guy and a generous guy, and I've always said that about him. And I realized that while everyone else knows Jimmy as a caricature, I know him as a person. When I run into the people that don't know Jimmy as a person, O'Reilly or Dave Rubin, Dennis Prager, and they go, what's up with your buddy Jimmy? Well, I know him, so that's why I don't think of him like you think of him. But on the other hand, they think of you as a cartoon character too, and I know you. Dennis Prager's a very sweet man.
I'm not going to hear him talk about Dennis Prager, but even Adam Carolla can come up here. Let's just take a look at what he said. Here's the exact quote. And let's just talk about like sentence structure. Let's just talk about how language works. Let's figure out who the subject is of this joke. We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk. So who's the subject here? The MAGA gang. That's the subject. That's who we're talking about right now. The MAGA gang. Okay? They were desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them. Who is them? Let's look. We have to reference back to the same sentence. Who is them? The MAGA gang. Who is he talking about? MAGA people. Who's one of them? The MAGA gang. What were they doing? They were desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them. MAGA did not say he was one of us. They literally, anything else. He was trans. He was Israeli. He was Antifa. He was radical. He was a radicalized college student. Anything but MAGA. Now, that doesn't mean that the kid has to be MAGA, or that you even have to believe it's possible for him to be MAGA. I think you guys agree with Jimmy Kimmel here. There were most of you think that we're not 100% sure, but we know he wasn't MAGA. That's what you guys think. And that's what Jimmy Kimmel said about you, is that none of you think this kid was MAGA. So you agree with him, and you still want him canceled. But he's not lying. This is just English language. And I'm a little concerned that I thought Donald Trump was like the only illiterate one in your party, but it seems to be like your culture now is illiteracy. We are going to take words and we're just going to believe whatever we want. We're going to take these words and we'll interpret them however the fuck they want. Like there is no part of this that is untrue. And yet here's Harris Faulkner continuing to talk about how, oh, well, you need to have integrity. What's the integrity? Where are we missing integrity there? Where's the missing integrity? And I want you guys to notice the chat too. The arguments today and all day, they will be attacks on me. None of you will ever attack my argument because you can't. Not even because it's a great argument. It's because like here's the receipts. None of you can explain to me how this was an attack on Charlie Kirk or you or anybody. It was just true. In fact, the whole thing was a setup to make fun of Trump for not giving a fuck. That was the setup of the joke, is that while MAGA was trying to find out who did this, Trump was like, look over here. That was the joke. Like, the whole beginning of that is the setup. I don't know if you guys have seen, like, read a joke before, heard a joke before. The beginning part is the setup. The part where everybody laughed was at the end when they showed the clip of Trump. That's the punchline. That's how comedy works. You don't have to think it's funny. You don't have to think it's a great joke. But you don't seem to understand, like, how sentences work. All right, here is this Hannity? Yeah, Hannity. Watch Hannity now. Like, Hannity is just full-blown propaganda 24/7. I don't know if they've got dirt on him or what, but this is just Fox lying to you again. And again, the 2 million people tuned in probably to Fox News. You got a bunch of pissed off old people now who tune in to Sean Hannity because they think he tells the truth, even though he gets caught lying all the time, even though he's obviously a paid propagandist. And here he goes. We'll just mislead the American people again.
Now, the left already, starting with Humpty Dumpty, fake news, CNN, J.B. Pritzker, Gavin Newsom, predictably claiming this is conservative censorship. The MAGA crowd, Donald Trump got Jimmy Kimmel.
Well, that's what Harris Faulkner said, too. That's what Adam Carolla said, too. There seems to be some people that agree with that.
That is false. I can't find a single prominent conservative voice in the country that even remotely wanted or hoped or was pushing to get Jimmy Kimmel taken off the air.
Someone get this man a research team. I don't know what the researchers at Fox News are doing, but they're clearly just cashing checks. Like, they're clearly not doing their job. You can't find a single conservative anywhere that is advocating for this. How about the FCC chair threatening him on one of your biggest podcasts? This is Benny Johnson, the Benny Johnson Show. This is FCC chair Brendan Carr, who wrote the chapter in Project 2025 that explained exactly how they were going to do this exact thing that they're doing right now. He wrote, here's how we're going to do it. Now they're doing it. You guys are, what's really sick is that all of these people had a plan in place, and they're using Charlie Kirk. They have all taken the death of Charlie Kirk to pretend to you that they're not out here like just doing the plan that they were always going to do. There was always going to be something that triggered enough outrage for them to come in, threaten ABC. And there's a lot more to this story than just the words, but this is what got Jimmy Kimmel off the air. There's no question. He directly threatens ABC. ABC needs his permission to continue a merger. He's like, we can do it the easy way or the hard way. And then ABC gets rid of Jimmy Kimmel, and you're like, yo, it's probably, yeah, it didn't seem to have any impact. But here's two right-wingers talking about it.
But frankly, when you see stuff like this, I mean, look, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. These companies can find ways to change conduct, to take action, frankly, on Kimmel, or there's going to be additional work.
Shuck it. None of those things you said apply to free speech. Those are private companies, and they were not pressured by the government to censor people. So it's different.
Work for the FCC. Again, there's actions that we can take on licensed broadcasters, and frankly, I think that it's really sort of past time that a lot of these licensed broadcasters themselves push back on Comcast and Disney and say, listen, we are going to preempt. We are not going to run Kimmel anymore until you straighten this out, because we licensed broadcaster, are running the possibility of fines or license revocations from the FCC if we continue to run content that ends up being a pattern of news distortion. So but frankly, when you see
nobody was talking about it. Sean Hannity, nobody. What about Trump predicting this in August of this year? Couldn't find this guy, Sean Hannity. He's the president. I know he's obscure. I know your research team would have a hard time tracking down a clip from the president of the United States. Took me about 12 seconds, but nobody.
Do you you think the hate Trump business model that's been in the entertainment business is going out of business because it's not popular with the American people?
Well, it hasn't worked, and it hasn't worked really for a long time, and I would say pretty much from the beginning. Colbert has no talent. I mean, I could take anybody here. I could go outside on the beautiful streets and pick up a couple of people that do just as well or better. They get.
All right. Before we get to this part, Stephen Colbert is so fucking talented that he created a persona, changed his name from Stephen Colbert to Colbert, and he ran a show for a decade where right-wingers thought he was right-wing and left-wingers thought he was cosplaying a right-winger. Stephen Colbert was so confusing or so good at his job that he confused right-wingers. He was LARPing for 10 years as a right-winger. And you guys, you all bought it. He's incredible. He might be one of the most talented people in television ever. Stephen Colbert is fucking phenomenal. To say he's not talented is absurd. I have his book, I think, out on my bookshelf. It was called I Am America and So Can You. And he wrote the entire book in the tone of a Fox News host. It was like kind of a mockery of Sean Hannity's Let Freedom Ring. He wrote like this patriotic book, and it was in a tone that my friends who were conservative, and I was conservative at the time, I read it knowing like, oh, this is funny, but yeah, like it's true also, right? That's how good he was at his job.
Higher ratings than he did. He's got no talent. Fallon has no talent. Kimmel has no talent. They're next. They're going to be going. I hear they're going to be going. I don't know, but I would imagine because they get, Colbert has better ratings than Kimmel or Fallon. You know that.
Okay, so Colbert, Kimmel's next. You couldn't find that clip, Sean Hannity, of Donald Trump saying Kimmel is next? Nobody out here is advocating for that. How about on True Social on July 29th? Their verification process on True Social is wild. Every time you go to True Social, you have to verify. Everybody is saying that I was solely responsible for the firing of Stephen Colbert from CBS Late Night. That is not true. The reason he was fired was a pure lack of talent and the fact that this deficiency was costing CBS $50 million a year in losses, and it was only going to get worse. Next up will be an even less talented Jimmy Kimmel, and then a weak and very insecure Jimmy Fallon. The only real question is who will go first. Showbiz and television is a very simple business. If you get ratings, you can say or do anything. If you don't, you always become a victim. Good Lord. That is... How honest is that? If you get ratings, you can say or do anything. What? If you get ratings, you can say or do anything. It's almost like that's what Donald Trump, why he is such a media whore. It's almost that's why he does everything in the media, because he gets clicks so he can say everything. Weird, huh? All right. Just a reminder for you bitches in the chat. You can talk to me. You don't have, I'm not going to respond to you in the chat today. I don't have time. I'm sick. You can come up here and you can talk to me. If you want to refute any of this stuff, come on up. You message GenDub1, the same as the Venmo username on Discord. You can come up, but I'm not going to argue with you in the chat all day today. So you got to come up with something better than L, flailing, cope, all the same shit that you guys say every day. We've already seen it. What about the title of Benny Johnson's video,
or at least a hearing of?
Let's see if Benny Johnson here was advocating for this. First of all, the title of the video is Jimmy Kimmel Lies, which he didn't do, about Charlie Kirk killer, blames Charlie for his murder. Disney must fire Kimmel. Sean Hannity's crack crew couldn't find this one either. They couldn't find the president. They couldn't find Benny Johnson, 5.74 million subscribers, 270,000 views. They couldn't find it. None of this. Listen to what Benny Johnson said.
Back down to McDonald's, get you a Whamburger, some French fries. You little sissy boy!
It's weirdly the start of his show. I don't know why.
Demonstrably evil happened on Jimmy Kimmel's show. I know that is an evergreen headline. And an evergreen...
Demonstrably evil. It was demonstrably evil when Jimmy Kimmel said, MAGA spent the weekend blaming everybody but themselves. Oh, the humanity. How will we recover? That is The history books will remember that as one of the most evil statements. The hyperbole. I've never watched Benny Johnson until today. It's rough. This is going to be a tough watch for a few minutes. We're going to watch this until I can't take it anymore.
Comment that we could make pretty much every week of the year. But given the fact...
Guys, remember, we're always victims. When we're starting the show today, we're victims. We're always victims.
That this is coming at a time when the audiences that Jimmy Kimmel regularly radicalizes and lies to, given the ABC News platform, which, by the way, is taxpayer funded, with luxurious and lavish gifts from the federal government to ABC, the broadcast network, that have major legal stipulations to them, which are to tell the truth.
Yeah, what are you so mad about, you psycho? What is he getting so worked up about? Copying Tucker Carlson's tone.
Please put up the tweets, Klein. ABC News must tell the truth. They must operate in the public interest. This is in their broadcast charter given.
He's reading his own tweet. His source is his own tweet. This is a real show. 5.7 million fucking subscribers. People in the chat are like, I love Benny Johnson. Bro, he just sourced himself. Let me tell you about a really brilliant person on Twitter I came across today. His name is Benny Johnson.
Them by the federal government. I'm going to play you a clip of Jimmy Kimmel victim blaming Charlie Kirk for his own assassination.
Okay.
This is precisely what happened. It cannot be categorized any other way.
It cannot.
This is Jimmy Kimmel.
This is called poisoning the well, by the way, and this is like what propaganda is. Before they show you the clip, they tell you how to react and that there is no other option. Like, what I'm telling you is exactly what you're about to see, and there can be no other explanation.
Blaming Charlie, lying about the nature of his assassin, who is a steeped, far-left political extremist, transgender ideology advocate, live-in transgender boyfriend.
It's not even a sentence, dude. You got to add extra words. You need more words in that sentence. That's not an ideology. That's a specific fucking person. No, but nobody's ideology is, what's your ideology?
Blaming Charlie, lying about the nature of his assassin, who is a steep...
Okay, imagine they say, what is the ideology of a leftist?
Far-left political extremist, transgender ideology advocate, live-in transgender boyfriend. That is who killed Charlie. He hated Charlie Kirk.
A lot of that unconfirmed. It's crazy. They're saying that Jimmy Kimmel's lying about MAGA not blaming their own. Here's Benny Johnson blaming everybody. Like, it's crazy. Benny Johnson just literally blamed everybody but MAGA. And then he's going to play a clip where Jimmy Kimmel's going to say he blamed everybody but MAGA. And then Benny's going to be, see, they're saying the same thing. Jimmy Kimmel's accurately describing what Benny is about to say.
Here's Jimmy Kimmel saying it's actually the right that killed Charlie Kirk. And what that is saying that Charlie Kirk deserved it and that Charlie Kirk actually created the conditions. He's to blame for his own assassination. Listen.
Wait, hold on. Also in this clip, what you will not see, but is absolutely true, is that he said Charlie Kirk deserved it and that he is to blame. What?
Some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving on Friday.
Tucker, hey, by the way, yeah, somebody said, where were you when Tucker got canceled? He didn't get canceled. He got fired by Fox News for lying. Nobody was even calling for his termination. They fired him because he cost them $800 million. And then when all the emails got leaked, it was clear that he knew what he was saying on air was a lie. He didn't get canceled. You guys canceled it. There was no pressure. They fired him because he was very expensive and he just cost them $800 million. And he's like, I'm not going to stop. I'm going to keep doing this shit. And they're like, all right, you got to go then.
The White House flew the flags at half staff, which got some criticism.
So this is what Jimmy Kimmel had to say. Jimmy Kimmel saying that that the killer was obviously one of them.
Nope, didn't say that. Now who's lying, bitch? Now who's lying, bitch? Paid propagandists. I took $400,000 from Russia so that I could promote pro-Russia propaganda. Like, everybody on the right is an extremely well-paid propagandist. I want to show you something, by the way. This video, 267,000 views. If we go to his channel, we look at their videos, and we look at recent views, 258, 371,000, 105,000, anywhere between 600,000 and 200,000 and 100,000 views. He's not making that much money. Do you know what? Like, just impressions. This show that you're watching right now gets between like 100 and 170,000 views is what we'll get here. And do you know what I can sell an ad for? Nothing, because nobody will advertise through YouTube. You know how much we make in advertising revenue for that amount of views per episode? About $35. Because on YouTube, they don't want to advertise on political shows, so your cost per click is lower. And yet, we're supposed to believe that Russia paid him $400,000, that was worth it? These people are bought and paid for propagandists. Charlie Kirk had a $140 million budget. Charlie Kirk's budget was $40 million more than Jimmy Kimmel's budget. These are paid propagandists who are lying to you while they're claiming somebody else is lying. And they don't have the views to make this much money. So I'm wondering when you guys are going to figure this out. They don't have that money. YouTube's not paying them like that. Somebody's paying them, but it's not YouTube. It's not because of their impressions.
This is a clearly and wholly demonstrable, malicious lie. Now, let me...
By the way, also he's reading this, right? You could watch him read it in real time. This sounds like Stephen Miller wrote this shit. And Stephen Miller probably wrote this shit. Once again, to the Republicans down there, call me a liar. Fine, come up here and talk about it. Come tell me where I'm lying. This guy is lying right to your face. You are so fucking broken. You are so fucking broken that while I'm showing you a guy lying to you, you're mad at me. This is the divide in our country. I don't know how we fix this. This guy just lied. He just lied. Let's go back. None of this is true.
Some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as leaving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half staff.
Right.
Jimmy Kimmel saying that that the killer was obviously one of them.
Didn't say it. That's lie one.
This is a clearly and wholly demonstrable, malicious lie. Now, let me explain.
Okay.
The prosecutor yesterday, who's prosecuting this case in Utah, went on camera before the world and set to bed forever the lie that Tyler Robinson was of the right.
No, he said that his mom said he was on the left because he was pro-gay and pro-trans or trans-oriented. So now he's lying to you. He said the governor of Utah went on the air and said, or the prosecutor in Utah went on the air and put to bed forever. No, he said that his mom said he was on the left because he was pro-gay and trans-oriented. You know, mom can be wrong, right? Mom didn't say he's on the left because he said he's on the left. Mom didn't say he's on the left because he was out there in left-wing groups. Mom didn't say he's on the left because he voted for Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. Mom said specifically, and I quote, that he became more radical left because he was pro-gay and trans-oriented. And I'll just throw that out there again. If that makes you left-wing, then you're all admitting that if you are pro-gay or trans-oriented, that you cannot be on the right. You guys got to pick a direction here. Either that firmly puts you on the left or it doesn't. But you need to tell the trans people on the right that they're not welcome there anymore. You need to remove them because they're lefties.
Here at the prosecutor, ladies and gentlemen, explaining the motive. Please load. But also, I want to establish something very quickly. You had the post up, the tweet up, please. Of the legal ramifications.
Yeah, these are my people. These are my people in Utah. I was born and raised in Utah. Guess what? If I asked anybody in Utah, any of my Republican friends, what left-leaning ideas I had, they would not be able to tell you. They would probably say the same thing. Oh, you're pro-trans and pro-gay. Yep, that's what it actually means to them. They're telling the truth. And it's no surprise that the governor of Utah, who is a Mormon, and the prosecutor, who is Mormon, who have aligned their political ideologies and their religious ideologies and put them together, they would say that person was also anti-Mormon because of those views. And by the way, they are saying that about this kid. The Mormons in Utah are trying to distance themselves from this kid too because he grew up Mormon. And they're like, oh, well, it wasn't the Mormon thing that was the problem. It was his radicalization. So they're doing it too. So you have all these right-wing groups, not alarmingly, but unsurprisingly, saying, you aren't with us.
And do we have that clip loaded? Great. Yeah. This is a clear-cut violation of the FCC's policy against news distortion and is punishable by the revocation of the offending broadcast license under 47 U.S. Code 312.
Oh, okay. So I'm sorry. That thing that Sean Hannity said earlier about how he couldn't find anybody on the right that was advocating for this and advocating that the government step in. Whoops. I guess Sean missed Benny's show.
Or at least a hearing of punitive action under 309 section. As organizations granted broadcasting licenses will serve in the public interest, convenience, and necessity as deliberate news distortion is seen here, contrary to the public interest. But you'll find in this...
And again, nothing distorted. He's lying. They're all lying. I don't know what the fuck world you guys live in. Even you guys just losing your absolute fucking minds in the chat. You are losing it. You've lost it. You're just screaming insults at me right now. Get it together on the right. I don't know if this is all of you just collectively are high. I don't know what's going on with you, but I don't know how you're watching this shit. I don't know how you, did you miss what Kimmel said? Or are you only listening to what they're saying? This is insane.
Clip is that as Jimmy Kimmel goes on to make fun of Charlie Kirk's political assassination, he's making fun of it.
No, he's not. He's making fun of Trump.
He's using it as an opportunity to attack President Trump. He's standing on the grave.
Whoa! He did it just for a second. He got the truth just for 1 second. He's like, oh yeah, they're mocking Trump because Trump is a narcissist. He is heartless. Donald Trump, every time he's asked about Charlie Kirk, changes the subject. That's weird. That's alarming. That's what Jimmy Kimmel was talking about. For 1 second, we got the truth.
Charlie Kirk lying about his assassin, saying Charlie deserved it, and then using Charlie's assassination, the murder of a father, the orphaning of his children, the widowing of his wife, the dispatching by left-wing terrorism what would have been possibly one of the greatest presidents in American history. That was the path that Charlie was on. We all knew it.
Jesus Christ. They're turning. He was going to be president. We all knew it. All right. Okay.
Jimmy Kimmel is taking it as an opportunity to lie to his audience.
He told the truth. He told the truth and he didn't victim blame.
It is the sickest behavior I've seen yet.
Oh, jeez. He's reading this, guys. Are you watching him? He's fucking reading this. These aren't even his real emotions. He's just reading. This is, what was that? This is the sickest thing yet. You're all going to watch this guy read a script about how upset he is? Do any of these folks have an emotion at all? Do they have a single thought of their own? Or is everything a fucking script? What are you watching? You want to see my script? Here's my script for today. This is the script for today. Links. That's it. That's the whole script today. Some of us are capable of our own thoughts. Some of us need to have it written down for us. And once again, I'm going to call into question the amount of money that Benny Johnson makes with these views. I don't know why he was worth $400,000 from Russian state propaganda. I don't know why you guys don't care that he's a paid propagandist. It seems like you'll only care when somebody confirms what you already believe. Saruk said Chomp went golfing instead of Kirk's memorial. RGZ said just to make Jay Meat mad. Karma matters. That was thanks for subscribing. Mama Molly said I'm a Utah Republican. I believe in personal freedom and economic freedom. Also, we can know who Tyler voted for because private and closed primary, and he was registered unaffiliated. Correct. Good to see a fellow Utah person here. Guy Fox Trumper, baby boys in chat are the most triggered I've ever seen, but they all just say the same bumper sticker phrases. Yeah, it feels like mass psychosis, honestly. And I know that makes me sound like Benny Johnson, but the difference is I'll say it feels like it, and he'll say it is that. Kevin said radicalizes with jokes. Yeah, it's all that fucking laughter. Remember them saying Biden intervened in free speech? Twitter files. This is actually them doing what they accuse Biden of. Yeah. Stephen Colbert is the highest rated late night show, but Trump cried. I think I'd read that one already. Rebel Heart said, I don't trust anyone in a tight black shirt. Simon Cowell wannabe. What's up, Jen?
Hey.
Hey.
So YouTube's very upsetty spaghetti today.
They're not real. I don't think they're real. I really don't. I don't think that these are real people. I've never been more convinced that there is an army of bots that just go around and dislike things and terrorize on the internet because they all say the same thing and none of them will come up here. If you were that mad, Jen, about something, wouldn't you want to talk to the person? If you're screaming for attention, wouldn't you want to talk? I don't believe these people are real.
I mean, yeah, I would try to have some kind of conversation, but I mean, I think there are people who do think this way, but it's fun fact, guys. If you say you're going to report the channel, that's how you get banned. Stupid. Anyways,
Jen's out here reading the chat.
Well, I'm reading all it. Like I have all the chats up, so it's like I laugh when I see certain things. Anyway, so yeah, no, just watching the chat, people just get so mad. But like Jay mentioned earlier, you guys can come up and have a conversation, and how you can do that is you can add me in Discord. Discord's the same name as the Venmo, so Jen with 2 N's, Dub with 2 B's, the number 1. That's how you can come in and talk. You don't have to just stay and say pissed off things in the comments. So you can do that. We do the show each day, Monday through Friday from 9:30 to 1 Pacific time. So we're here each day. This is our job. Jay needs to update the total.
Working on
sure
it.
He's going to do right now. So at top left-hand corner, give goal number is how we pay the bills and keep the lights on. So if you guys could help us out with that, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats, all go towards knocking out that remaining balance. It is Friendly Friday. We try to spend the last hour or so with having friends on, because every other day during the show we only have opposition up, so we reserve that time for friends. And how to join that is you have to be in the Discord. If you're a friend and you're not in their Discord, reach out to a mod and they can send you a link. But we're not going to bring opposition into the Discord. Anyways, if you haven't subscribed to us already, you can do so wherever you're watching. On Amazon, on Twitch, you can use your Amazon Prime sub. On YouTube, we have 4 different memberships. We have a members-only event coming up this upcoming Monday. Check out the link tree in the bio. We're on most social media platforms. We've got merch, Jay's on Cameo, and we upload these episodes to Spotify. So there's all that. I tried to make a belt out of watches.
Oh, yeah.
Turns out it was a waste of time.
Thank you. Tim said, love you, man. Don't stop and stay safe. If I don't, I'm going to be sick in about 2 hours. This is coming on strong. So I'll try and stay safe. Thank you for the great job you do and keeping us informed, said Annette. Thank you very much. All right, I'm going to move on from the Benny Johnson outrage, boys. Good to have you. Now that you guys are all here and we got your attention, I want to talk about. Well, I guess we got a couple more actually. I want to skip Trump there. Talk about Obama. There's this weird thing. With Republicans right now, where clearly the rise of political violence is like associated with Donald Trump, and now they're like, what if we blamed the black guy? That'll work out, and that's what they're doing now. But that's not the part I care most about. I want to focus on something else Donald Trump said in this interview.
Do you think it's the responsibility? Is it a role as president to bring people together? Is that part of the job?
Ideally. So I get this question so much, and when you see the kind of hatred
Why do you think he gets that question so much? How come people keep asking him why about bringing people together? It's almost like maybe he doesn't do it.
Like unbelievable. And it's probably always been there. We just don't realize it. But I saw it starting with President Obama. I saw tremendous hatred. I saw levels that we've never seen before. And with Biden, it got far worse, just far worse. When you look at what happened, this last 4 years has been terrible.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like during that time, it was like there was like a whole group of people that tried to overthrow the government. They stormed the Capitol. There were these protests where like just some people in Charlottesville were like, "Hey, we don't like Nazis," and then the Nazis were like, "No," and they drove their car through the protests. Like there's crazy stuff like that happened. There was during the BLM protests, for some reason, they were all like these counter protesters. I guess they were arguing that Black lives didn't matter. I think that's what they were doing out there. Kyle Rittenhouse wound up shooting somebody. I don't know why he was out there in the first place. But yeah, this is probably for sure Obama and Biden's fault. I think for sure all that is from them.
But you know, during my term, we had tremendous economic success. And just before COVID, I was getting calls from people that you wouldn't believe, people that you know very well, but people, I would call them the radical left, or certainly the left, more so than what we would think.
All right. I want to the reason I want to do that is I'm tired of Donald Trump being able to sit up there and lie and say that like we had tremendous growth and that like economically things were so great when he was president. This is GDP growth. Okay. The higher the GDP growth is, the better. If I don't show you, let's go down there. That ad's in the way. Ad out of the way. If I don't show you, you would be like, all right, when were the best years for GDP growth? It looks like right here. That's pretty good. It's pretty high up through here. Then we had a drop. Then it was good here. It dropped there. Then this is actually like pretty low. And then we had like a big spike and it grew a little. What are the Trump years? Oh, here, 17, 18, 19, 20. Even if you take out COVID, these are not remarkable years. This is not like historic economic growth. This is like below average GDP growth. How is it that you have allowed yourselves to be convinced that the first go around for Donald Trump was so amazing? There's not a single measure by which Donald Trump was like above average. He's below average. You want to look at real wages? We'll look at real wages. Is it going to be historic? Hold on. Let's see if I can get a graph of it. That's not loading. I think I might have one over here.
We've got a new subscriber.
Loading slow. Oh shit! I forget Statista makes you log in. Let's go to bls.gov. I don't know if they're gonna have a chart here or not. All right, this is from BLS. This is employment hours and earnings from concurrent employment statistics. This is the average hourly earnings of all employees. 1982 to $84, so it's adjusted for inflation. Here is 17, 18, and 19. Adjusted for inflation, it's down. We only saw explosive growth here during COVID, and obviously it dropped, and then it came back up to like Biden's years were above Trump's years. When was he great? This is the problem. You guys are 100% rhetoric. All Donald Trump has to tell you is that things are great. And you're like, okay, it wasn't. 17, 18, 19. You can look at, what is this giving me? This is giving me monthly, I think. Underwater. They almost never getting above 1 for 2017 and 18. Started seeing like a little bit of a tick up in 2019, and then it crashed a little bit back down. Then you have COVID. This is just the Bureau of Labor and Statistics. By what measure were things good under Donald Trump? He says economically we had historic growth. When he says the only way that we had historic growth was like the stock market just being at an all-time high. And every president has presided over the all-time high stock market. When you get elected to be president, you are guaranteed to preside over the all-time highest stock market. You know how I know that? Because Trump's record was beaten by Biden. And before Trump had the record, Obama had it. And before Obama had the record, Bush had it. And before Bush had the record, Clinton had it. See, just go backwards. They all had historic highs. This is the most dumb. It's probably the dumbest propaganda campaign I've ever seen. You guys are willing to do fascism based on entirely on lies. None of this is true. They are handing off our country to the billionaires, selling you out at every turn, and they're telling you that it's working for you, even when it's not. 9% inflation with Joe Biden, record high stock market. Let's just say that Joe Biden was responsible for that 9% inflation, which he wasn't. That still doesn't make Trump historically great. Trump said historically great. He's not. He's below average historically. So even if we had 9% inflation that was caused by Biden, Trump would still be below average. You could just say like, well, he was a little better than Biden. Now, everybody knows that that wasn't caused by Biden. You know that. Whoever made that comment, you know that too. You know that 9% inflation had nothing to do with Joe Biden. It was COVID. Every other country in the world had inflation too. But apparently Joe Biden was king of the world. And also, like, point to something he did that caused inflation. You can come up here and discuss this if you'd like. I don't think that you will. All right. We're going to move on. This is a guy that I found this morning named Guy Christensen. You may follow him on TikTok. I've never seen him before. But this was interesting. And I dug into this. What he's saying here is correct, and I'm going to do a deeper dive to get to next week on Larry Ellison. But I just wanted to I thought this was a good way to preface it and briefly explain something that all of us, regardless of party, should be concerned about.
Guess what? They're selling TikTok to a Zionist billionaire very soon, and they're cutting Americans off from the rest of the world. That's right. Who's it? It's Larry Ellison, CEO of Oracle. He's currently buying up a bunch of media in the United States and creating a media monopoly. He owns Paramount, CBS. He's trying to buy Warner Bros., who owns HBO and CNN. He's going to be the guy who gets control of 80% of TikTok. And he's going to buy the Free Press, which is another media institution. This is just splendid. You know when the ADL CEO, Jonathan Greenblatt, was in Israel and he was talking to the Knesset and saying, we need to capture TikTok? This is it. This is it. Larry Ellison is a Zionist. He supports the state.
Yeah, guys, if TikTok goes down while we're playing this, head on over to one of the other places we are, because if this got his TikTok taken down, it may end this live.
Of Israel. He's going to censor criticism of Israel on all of the media he controls. And he's been doing this very recently. Suddenly buying up a bunch of American media companies, media outlets, social media platforms. You need to put a stop to this. Why is one man and his family in control of all the CNN, CBS, TikTok? This is insane. This is too much power. This is a monopoly.
So this guy's a never Kamala leftist? Yeah. I think the never Kamala leftists were vindicated. I think they were right, weren't they?
In the making, in front of our own eyes. Your call to action is to email this guy, Rokana. That's his email. He's on the House Oversight Committee. We want him. We're going to ask him to bring Larry Ellison into and TikTok owners into the oversight committee for a hearing and question the motivations behind this. Because why is the Trump regime allowed to hand off?
They were right about being soft on Palestine. They were right. They were right about being soft on Palestine. I think that had Harris campaigned on the other side of Joe Biden and not campaigned on just continuing the Joe Biden presidency, I think that she probably would have gotten more votes. I think she's right. I think all the data supports that. I think all the data supports that that the Democrats should have went further left, and they tried to appeal to the middle. You can say I'm wrong all you want. Show me the data that's right. Look at every election since Kamala's election. Progressives are doing very well. When Joe Biden was in office, 5% of Democrats had a favorable view of socialism. Now 30% of them have a favorable view. The party needs to move left, and she was wrong about that. We have to be honest about that. Soft on it. You don't think they were soft on Israel? They're 100% soft on Israel. Appealing to the middle was the wrong thing to do. She was wrong. We have to be honest about that. I'm actually a little surprised I'm getting pushback on this. I appreciate the pushback, and I like that about our audience, that you guys will fight with me as well. It's not like on the right. I appreciate that, but I'm a bit surprised. I think that's one of the lessons that we learned. She should have gone more left. She's far too moderate.
America's most popular social media platform to one of his allies and a Zionist. I mean, hell, X and Meta are already controlled by Trump allies. Fox News is in 70 million homes. The Washington Post and Reuters and Politico are Trump donors. Yo, we're cooked, bro. You know what countries cut off their users from the rest of the world? Authoritarian regimes like North Korea and Russia. That's what they do. Because they don't want their people getting all these ideas of resisting, standing up for their rights, achieving freedoms, making progress, questioning the authoritarian regime.
I guess we're going to do this. So first of all, let's talk about this video, and then I'll get to the Kamala stuff. I'll address what you guys are saying. But one person is basically going to own 80% of media, and that person is also a Zionist. They will absolutely restrict your speech. Donald Trump and Donald Trump's paving the way. By the way, like, this is all fake money too. That's the craziest part about all of this. This is all fake money. He doesn't have this money. This isn't a cash deal. This is going to be a financed deal. And it's going to be financed and approved by this administration. It's going to be backed by this administration. They are moving to state-controlled media, because what happens? So we're in an AI bubble. Oracle, which I think Larry Ellison's Oracle, right? I want to make sure before I jump into this that I have that right. Larry Ellison is Oracle. Yeah, Oracle. Oracle just missed their earnings report by like a long ways. And then their stock price jumped. And you look, the investors, it was like 2 or 3 investors. So when they missed earnings, like 2 or 3 people pumped a bunch of money into them. Our government has pumped a bunch of money into them. And the reason that they're missing earnings is because what they're doing, like they're a data, they house data, and they only have a handful, like 6 or 7, like really big clients that make up most of it. And I think OpenAI makes up like 30 or 40% of their revenue, and OpenAI is not making any money. They're bleeding money. All of these AI companies are bleeding money because AI has been overpromised. AI is not as good as people think it is. The learning models have been shown to be easily corruptible. AI is it's like a better version of Google. And if you remember Google, you remember the .com bubble. Remember when we used to have like a million different search engines? There was like Ask Jeeves, there was Alta Vista, people used Yahoo, AOL search. There were all these different search engines. And then when the .com bubble burst, because they were, none of them were worth what everybody thought they were, you basically were left with one standing, which was Google. And nobody else really uses any other search now. Everybody just uses Google. And now Google is struggling because AI has taken over, and it's ChatGPT and it's Perplexity, which I think is powered by OpenAI. And then you have like the Chinese competition. But there is no money in that until they start advertising. It's just a better version. It's just like an upgraded version of Google. And if Google gets their AI right, then they'll probably just end ChatGPT. So now Trump is taking these businesses and he's getting them to invest in each other. Like Intel, I don't remember which way around. It was either Intel invested in NVIDIA or NVIDIA into Intel. I can't remember which way it was. Now Trump's taking these companies. He's taking a stake in these companies, and he's directing foreign investment, and he's forcing foreign investment to go into these companies. He's handpicking foreign investors and moving them to these companies, giving us ownership in these companies, and then he's allowing them to become massive monopolies, and they're using that wealth to then use their fake money to go and buy up everything. I saw an alarming stat. I want to say 2030. If somebody wants to fact check this, I want to say 2030, but I'm not sure on this year. It might be 2040, 2050. I wanted to say, though, it was within the next 10 years. Corporations will own, if this pace continues, they will own 60% of homes in America. And they have to do this quickly because the bubble is about to burst. We're in a bubble. None of this makes any fucking sense. And Donald Trump is using his power as president and leverage using tariffs to save all of these companies. And it appears what they're doing together is they're buying up all the influence. They want to control the narrative. You remember when Jeff Bezos, right after the election, said, we at the Washington Post will no longer publish anything that isn't like pro-capitalism? Or not, I guess it would be anti-capitalism. We won't publish anything that's anti-capitalism. They don't want any of this to be demonized. You watch CNBC right now struggling. I'm going to show you some clips here later. Like CNBC is really having a hard time covering this stuff because they all know what's happening. They all know this is cronyism. And they all know that this is a massive government overreach. But they can't say it because they are literally owned by Trump's friends who will just fire them if they don't capitulate. And I do think that, by the way, I do think some of this is short-sighted. To buy up entities like ABS or ABC and CBS, especially these late-night programs that people aren't watching in the same way that they used to. Most people consume that content online. All of those people can just create their own online content, and it'll be bigger and better, and it won't be censored. I think that this ends up backfiring. But we're at the stage right now. When I was getting catfished, the person that catfished me was wanted me to watch the show The Gilded Age, which I watched. It was a little boring for me, I'm going to be honest, but it was great. We are now in a scenario where there is more wealth disparity in America now than there was during the Gilded Age. And in some metrics, it's slightly above. In some metrics, it's slightly below. But that's where we're at. Make no bones about this. Donald Trump could give a fuck about any of you. This is coming to your front door. I don't care what your job is. No matter what you do for a living, this is coming to your front door. It will hit you eventually. You are going to run up against competition, and that competition will be owned by billionaires, and you will lose. And this was their plan. They've been telling you, like we tried to tell you that this technocracy, this tech oligarchy that they openly admit they want. They're doing it, and they're doing it because Donald Trump can be bought. He doesn't care about the country. He doesn't care about Charlie Kirk. He doesn't care about freedom of speech. He's lining his own pockets and helping out his billionaire friends. And by the way, if Trump leaves office, he's absolutely fucked. When Trump leaves office, whether he passes away or he makes it till the end of his term, when he leaves office, if there's a Democrat in charge, he is fucked because he's breaking the law every day, and his children are too. So if he's going to protect himself and his family, he has to create a barrier between the government coming after him and not. And there's a couple ways to do that. You can end elections. Now, I do want to go back to a debate that I had on Thursday night because I got some pushback on this, and I have to admit that the way I was explaining how Trump could cancel elections, I misunderstood a mechanism. Donald Trump in Project 2025 said that they will declare a state of emergency and that could lead to martial law. And I read that in Project 2025, and I said that this was their plan. And then a bunch of people were like, well, martial law doesn't cancel elections. And I'm like, I swear they said it in Project 2025. I went back and I read it. And the way that they're going to use martial law is to have corrupt elections, basically, to purge voter rolls. That they're going to go in and they're going to take control of states, and they're going to be able to purge voter rolls, stop mail-in voting, keep people away from voting booths that they don't want. Exactly how Putin did it in Russia. So it has the appearance of democracy, but it's not. There's an actual plan for this. Their actual plan is to take all of the power from the people and centralize it in the executive branch. And everybody here that's like pro-Trump, I just want you to know that's their plan. Go read it. Just go read it. There is nothing in this presidency for you. There's certainly nothing for me, but there's nothing for you other than like, yay, own the libs. And then you'll own the libs all day long, and then you'll be like, we did it, guys. And you'll turn around, and they'll be like, but now we own you. Now you have nothing. And you're going to be distracted all along the way by these stupid fucking like social arguments. That's why Benny Johnson covers it this way. That's why Ben Shapiro covers it this way. That's why Fox News is covering it this way. That's why they're lying about Jimmy Kimmel. That's why they're trying to just extend the assassination of Charlie Kirk out as long as they possibly can, because they need you to be distracted, Republicans, not us, because they don't give a fuck what we say, because you're not going to listen to it. But they just need you to stay distracted while they do all this shit behind closed doors. I'll show you. There's Republicans now that are like, hey, this probably isn't all right. Let me show you Mike Pence today. I'm jumping. Is it Kim today? Kim, I'm jumping to 20 here. Here's Mike Pence being very concerned about this.
State ownership of business is very common in China.
This is passive, but this is passive.
In Russia,
yeah,
taking a
is that
percentage of the sales of NVIDIA,
NVIDIA,
a percentage of the stock.
You don't like any of it.
Intel is inconsistent with free market principles, and I think it's taken our country to a very perilous place, and I think we need to resist that very strongly. The Constitution is clear. We have a takings clause. There has to be just compensation. There was nothing in the CHIPS Act that required a percentage of sales. I really do believe that what's happening with tariffs, what's happening with state ownership of business represents a departure from the free market principles that have been at the heart of the Republican Party. And for the sake of our long-term prosperity, we need to get back to those principles.
I mean,
I show Mike Pence because Mike Pence is who represents your principles. I know that you think Trump represents you, and that's fine, but Mike Pence actually understands your principles. Here's what he had to say in that same interview about the silencing of speech.
The Bible says we mourn with those who mourn and grieve with those who grieve, and I just have to tell you, I knew Charlie Kirk. He's a good and godly man, devoted husband, father, important voice in America. I'm heartsick about what happened to him, and I truly do pray for his family, commend law enforcement in the community, and but you understand the anger in this moment. It's understandable, but I think we got to be careful about putting America on trial. Whenever we see evil.
You guys notice in the comments right now what we're saying about Mike Pence, what these Republicans are saying about Mike Pence? You guys just want to stay mad. That's why I don't think you're real. I think that you guys are bots. I really don't think that you're real. I don't think I've never met anybody in real life that talks like you, ever. You're saying things like you show us data, but we live in real life. No, you don't. There's not one of you who lives the American experience. You live your experience. There's 350 million people in this country. Every state is different. Every community is different. Every neighborhood is different. If you think your experience is representative of America as a whole, it's not. It doesn't matter who you are. It's not. You're falling for exactly what Mike Pence is saying. Like, it's okay to be angry. I understand your anger. Don't let your anger cloud your vision of the future. Republicans, Whatever you think the future is, after you're done with this war on the left, whatever you think happens, it's not going to fucking happen. There's no pot of gold at the end of the rainbow where we have lower taxes and we pay our bills and we're not spending on the national debt and we don't have wars. There is no end to this division because financially it is a Ponzi scheme and Donald Trump is a narcissist. So Donald Trump will never, ever, ever give a flying fuck about somebody starving, about somebody losing their job, or somebody who's supposed to be his close friend being assassinated. Donald Trump doesn't fucking care. He can't care. He's incapable of caring. Literally, all he cares about is money. He brought that up earlier. They were talking about Charlie Kirk and speech earlier, and Trump shifted to the economy. He said, I do so well. We have the greatest economic indicators ever, which was a lie. This is a man who can't care about you. It doesn't matter how much you care about him. It doesn't matter how much you care about this movement. He is incapable of human emotion outside of anger. You must know that when it comes to your life or a dollar, he will choose a dollar every fucking time. And as the country moves further into debt, and as the middle class disbands and falls apart, Donald Trump will side with the rich. He will never care that you're hurting. You can't get a peep out of him about American farmers. Every time he's asked about American farmers, he says, we did very well in Nebraska and Iowa. They love me and I love them. Well, they're losing their farms, dude. Why'd you make it about you? We have to stop viewing Donald Trump as somebody with principles or ideas or a plan. He is a narcissist, and he's getting played by rich people. Actually intelligent rich people are playing him. And they sit around and they call him dear leader and they tell him how great he is. And when they do that, he lets them do whatever they want. He's an egomaniac. All you have to do is stroke his tiny little ego with a skinny shaft and a big head, and he lets you do whatever you want. But you guys don't have a voice, and you fucking know you don't have a voice. Who in this administration is your voice? It's filled with billionaires. None of them are advocating for you. You're being taxed by tariffs right now, and they are telling you, no, you're not. Tariffs are a tax on American people, and they're saying, no, it's not. Meanwhile, Howard Lutnick, who's telling you it's not a tax, is quietly selling insurance for the day that the Supreme Court rules that Donald Trump doing these tariffs was unconstitutional, which they will, because it is. And you'll notice Congress could codify this. Congress could introduce a bill saying that we give the authority to the executive branch to unilaterally do tariffs, but they're not. And the reason they're not is because Trump's not telling them to do it. And the reason Trump's not telling them to do it is because he's helping his friend Howard Lutnick make hundreds of millions of dollars by selling insurance for a scam. They're scamming you right in front of your fucking face. They are taking foreign money and they are directing it into multi-billion-dollar companies, and that benefits you nothing. You get absolutely no benefit from that. The money that we took to buy shares in Intel, do you know what that was taken from? Grants, contracts that could have been filled by any number of companies. You would have had open bidding for these grants and for these contracts. And Trump said, we're ending the bidding. We're ending the application process. I'm choosing winners and losers. This is what we learned from the Iraq War. Remember at the end of the Iraq War when they changed all of the bidding for military contracts and it had to be open and transparent because Dick Cheney was giving all of the contracts to his friends? We're just doing that again. We're just doing it. It's against the law. Congress wrote a law, and we can't do shit about it. because nobody's going to charge him, because Trump also owns the Department of Justice, and Trump also owns Congress, and the Supreme Court can't do anything, and he owns the Supreme Court. It is fucking alarming to watch a bunch of goddamn sheep lost in a social experiment. You are lost with rage. You're spending all of your time trying to find lefties who didn't give a fuck that Charlie Kirk died or who celebrated that Charlie Kirk died. And you think for some reason that is a useful allocation of your time? In what world does that accomplish fucking anything? A year from now, are you going to look back on this time and be like, look what we accomplished? Nope. You are accomplishing nothing. You are rage farming on behalf of this administration so that so that you guys forget that they're hiding the Epstein files. We're naming names now, by the way. Did any of you Republicans know that? Did any of you Republicans know that yesterday Thomas Massie named names? Billionaires? Did any of you know that? No, because you're too worried because Benny Johnson's not talking about it. Fox News isn't talking about it. All they want you to talk about is a tweet you saw where somebody celebrated the death of Charlie Kirk. There's this clip on Twitter. Like this is the most engaged clip I've seen today. And shit, will it get me in trouble? I don't know if this is going to get me in trouble showing it or not, but I want to say before I play this clip, because it's probably going to get clipped out of context. The bigger the show gets, the more things are going to get clipped out of context. But let me see if I have it saved. Okay. I just want to say that my public reaction to Charlie Kirk is on the record. You can watch it. This is a clip of what appears to be 10 men walking down a street. I'm going to cut out the audio just to protect the live. I'll tell you, they're saying essentially F Charlie Kirk. There's what? A lot of these people have cameras. 20? A lot of here's police. It's mostly police. 20 people walking down the street saying that they don't care about Charlie Kirk. And it's got how many impressions now? 1 million impressions. You got conservatives all over claiming that this is a paid protest and that this is why we have to go after the left. There's 20 fucking people here. And all of your media is talking about this. You guys are focused on 20 people saying mean things. If you have to be able to see through this. Is Shuckett still here? You were a cop, man. You have to be able to see this. Drew, I see you. You have to see through this. I've talked to you both, and I know that people don't like you, but I do think that both of you are smart enough to see through this shit. There's no way that you think that talking about Charlie Kirk is the most important thing that we could possibly do right now. So let's get into it. News today, more silencing from Donald Trump. This is the news they don't want you to talk about.
He's now using the power of the federal government, making a new move against the New York Attorney General who prosecuted him, Letitia James.
I appreciate that, Drew. Thanks for saying that. Hoodie, too. Is Hoodie here? I know all three of you. We've all had good conversations. I know that you're at war with the chat. But in the spirit of what you say to me privately, that you and sometimes publicly, that we have respectful conversation and that you don't agree with me, but you think I come to my thoughts honestly. I appreciate that. I do not think that you can't see through this. I think you see right through it. Anyways, here's this.
He's now using the power of the federal government, making a new move against the New York Attorney General who prosecuted him, Letitia James.
George, this is a major escalation of the president's effort to get retribution against his political rivals. ABC News has learned that President Trump is expected to fire a top federal prosecutor for failing to file criminal charges against Letitia James, somebody who is obviously very high on the president's enemies list. The prosecutor is Eric Siebert. He is the U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, arguably the most important U.S. attorney's office in the country. country, responsible for the bulk of counterterrorism and espionage cases. And his office has been investigating James for 5 months on allegations of mortgage fraud that have been brought by the administration. He found no evidence to go forward with the prosecution, declined to do so, and now we are told that he will be fired. ABC News has learned that the president intends to put somebody else in the U.S. Attorney's Office who will more aggressively prosecute the New York Attorney General.
And also,
so he hires a prosecutor. He convinces them to look into Letitia James. They do a 5-month investigation. They can find no evidence of a crime. But again, like Trump just wants the outcome. So now we're firing prosecutors who say, I don't have evidence to investigate this. And you guys really think that an 80-year-old fucking dipshit knows all the evidence? That he knows she committed a crime? He doesn't know. It's just retribution. He's just mad that he got caught. So he's literally going after all of his enemies. And now because he works around a bunch of yes men and the Republican Party, you guys are just like, I don't know how you all fit on the cuck chair. I don't know if you're making eye contact with each other while you beat it or if you all just stare at Donald Trump, but somehow he's taken millions of people and forcefully put you on the cuck chair while you just watch him fuck your country. You're like, I voted for this. I voted for this. This is going to go well for me. A crazy person like this, somebody who is this vindictive, they surely will never turn on me. They surely won't. What happens when you lose your job? You'll be too afraid to speak out. How much longer can you blame Joe Biden? We're blaming Obama now. We are legitimately, like, this is the difference between Biden and Trump. Biden recused himself from all of this. He did not get involved. Merrick Garland recused himself from the investigations into Trump because he was a political appointee. In fact, the people that they largely put in charge to investigate Trump were Republicans. They chose specifically investigators that were nominated by Republicans because Joe Biden was so aware of how bad this would go if he just took a liberal prosecutor and put him on the case. He knew how bad that would be. Merrick Garland knew that it would look bad if he personally investigated, so he recused himself. This administration has went after at least 20 people from Kash Patel and multiple members of every single department. And Pam Bondi hasn't recused herself once. And Kash Patel says he refuses to recuse himself. By the way, Jeff Sessions, who was the attorney general for Trump the first time around, who was involved in the Trump campaign, recused himself from the investigation into the Trump campaign because he worked for the Trump campaign, which makes sense. And Trump fired him for it. He refused to stand in the way of the investigation, and Trump fired him for it. He doesn't, and what did he say after he fired him? Oh, he's dog shit. Oh, he's a scumbag. Every person Trump's ever fired, now they suck. He loved them when they're hired. Now they suck. They all lose their careers. The amount of people who have gone to jail, who have lost their careers, who've lost all of their money in the wake of Donald Trump, still following behind because they alienated themselves from anybody else, that their only option is Trump. And so they just sit there and beg for scraps. You see Jenna Ellis every day on Twitter praising Trump to 30 likes. Just begging, please bring me back. Please bring me back. Rudy Giuliani, please bring me back. He doesn't give a fuck about you guys. He doesn't. He's selling you out to the billionaires. You guys used to rail against the elites. I don't know what the fuck happened to you. You used to rail against Silicon Valley. Now you're like, oh, guys, could you please have all of my money? Do you want my house too? Please take it all. It's okay if we go into debt. We'll go into debt for you. On the same day that this happens, watch how sick the House is here. At the end of a session, I'm trying to remember who introduces this. Democrats try and introduce a motion to release the Epstein files, specific parts of the Epstein files. She doesn't even get her sentence out before they object. That's how cuckolded they are to Donald Trump.
John, let me State the motion.
Okay. Pursuant to Clause 2K6 of Rule 11, I move that the committee subpoena U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent to produce or otherwise make available to the committee all suspicious activity reports in the possession of the Treasury Department, identifying the roughly $1.5 billion in suspicious transactions.
California is recognized.
I move to lay the motion on the table.
He hasn't heard the motion. She hasn't even got the meat of the motion. She said all he heard was we subpoena Scott Bessent to release, and then he started talking. These are the SARS reports, the suspicious activity reports. Jeffrey Epstein, through Chase Bank, withdrew billions of dollars, and nobody can figure out where that money went. Nobody has any idea. So they want to subpoena these records to track down a criminal pedophile who his victims say he had accomplices, and that those accomplices are very wealthy and famous people. And she can't even get her sentence out without Republicans jumping to object. And why? Because Donald Trump told them to, because like you, they are cucks. Whatever he says, because this, you all fucking know, you will be thrown out of every group, every Trump group, and you will lose all of your friends. You know that. I don't know a single person who has changed their mind on Trump who didn't have all of their friends turn against them that were like in MAGA. It happens every time. It happened to me. If Admir's here, it happened to Admir. Fuck, even Amanda, one of our mods. Amanda has never even really talked that openly about where she is politically. She just held a MAGA live, and now the fact that she associates with us, she gets criticized. She gets attacked. She gets angry DMs. Because it is a cult of cuckoldry. You're all in it together. Did you finish? I'm not going to finish either. I'm not going to finish. Just waiting around for this cum shot that's going to save the world, and it's not. It's just going to leave you covered in cum, and then Donald Trump's going to think you're gross and walk away from you. This doesn't work for you. You just wind up on the ground and go, is he still here? Is he happy with us? No, he left because he thinks you're gross.
The motion is not debatable.
I didn't finish.
She hadn't completed the motion. Is it proper to cut it off before it's completed, Mr. Chairman?
Finish your last sentence there. The gentlelady can finish.
Okay, so we're asking them to identify the roughly $1.5 billion in suspicious transactions related to the sex trafficking crimes of Epstein, Maxwell, and their co-conspirators. And as we know, Mr. Patel said that the Treasury might have that information.
The motion on the table.
Yep. The motion is not debatable. The question occurs on the motion to table. Those in favor say aye. Gentlelady, state the motion.
Okay.
And then they take the vote. It's the ayes, the nays. He says in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, because he knows every Republican's going to vote for this because they're all cucky. Every one of them. It's just like, can you guys see my mouse? Watch this. Pussy, 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 pussy. All of them. Not a single thought of their own. They wake up every day and say how can I publicly suck Donald Trump's dick today? Will it make my life better? No, it will not, but I'm going to do it every fucking day. And then you have one lone Republican with any fucking courage. And the truth is, he's going to lose an election because of it, and his life is in danger because he has the audacity to stand up, not even naming Trump, by the way, naming all these other people. Why is Trump defending all these people? Here's Thomas Massey.
You replied, according to the transcript, there is no credible information that he trafficked them to anyone else. According to victims who cooperated with the FBI in that investigation, these documents in FBI possession, your possession, detail at least 20 men, including Mr. Jess Staley, CEO of Barclays Bank, who Jeffrey Epstein trafficked victims to. That list also includes at least 19 other individuals, one Hollywood producer worth a few $100 million, one royal prince, one high-profile individual in the music industry, one very prominent banker, one high-profile government official, one high-profile former politician, one owner of a car company in Italy, one rock star, one magician, at least 6 billionaires, including a billionaire from Canada. You replied, according to the
Why don't you guys want to know that? I need Republicans in the chat. If you're going to be good faith, can you tell me why you don't want to know who these people are? And if you do want to know, what I'd like you to respond with instead is explain why your people keep voting against it. As a Republican, I say we need to get all the names of Democrats and Republicans who say to block the files to be named and voted out. I love that, proud American. Thank you for saying that. What are we doing here? I'll wait for your answers while I read some super chats. Sorry, I've been way behind. Amy said crony capitalism. Diet Pepsi said sending for all the triggered MAGA. Diet Pepsi said Kamala made many mistakes. You can't pin her loss on just one of them. Yeah, I guess I never did get back to that. Let me just cover that. What the protest vote against Kamala was that she was too soft on Israel. All of these things can also be true. It can also be true that I do believe that things would not be how they are if Kamala had won. However, I think that there is at least a chance that she does win if she would have taken a more progressive approach. It's fair to say that she was hamstrung as the current VP. That's fair. But I need my politicians to have courage and accountability. And the accountability should say, when we look back at this, we should be able to say she did not run an effective campaign. Her messaging was terrible. It did not resonate with people. For most of us, it resonated because it was some of the stuff that we liked, and it wasn't Trump, so we were very excited. But when I say that the Never Kamala vote, that protest was about Palestine, and had Kamala taken a different approach, I do think that it's likely that Jill Stein would have come over. It's likely that you would have got some libertarians. It's likely that the far progressive left would have united around that, because the progressive left, they would have, they can stomach some stuff. They always have to stomach something. When you're on the far ends of your party, every time you vote, you kind of have to do it with holding your nose. But the main thing they wanted, that they were right about, was Palestine. And she should have shifted. If she wanted a better chance to win, polling shows now she should have shifted. She should have went against Biden. And she would have been looked at as courageous too. The people that everybody was still going to vote for her. I don't think she would have lost votes from Democrats. Maybe. I mean, maybe it was early enough that if you looked back at it, you would say that there were some Democrats who still thought the state of Israel was justified. I don't know, but every polling I've seen shows that there was a large group of people that didn't show up, and that seemed to be a very important issue. And so I think they were right about that. If there's data saying that's untrue, I'd be happy to change my mind. Mama said a while ago I was wrong. You are the right person to represent the left. Hasan Piker predicted Harris' loss over Israel versus Palestine. He is often correct. Thank you. Thank you. Danielle said, I agree. She should have leaned more left. I just don't think we can make any definitive judgments of the 2024 election until audits are complete. That's true. I appreciate you bringing us. But as a reminder, Danielle wants you to remember that that was a fishy fucking election, and you can go check that out. Amanda said, for Paul in the comments, who said not send money. I think I read that one. That's where we're at. Let me go here. Shane said, telling truth to religious and political extremism. Thank you very much. That. And then I think I missed some Venmos from Jen. Jamar said, all you do is lie, Jay. You told me you would twerk on camera, and it has yet to happen. I can't twerk. That's the only reason it hasn't happened. Thanks, Tim. Rebel Heart said, after watching that dude, he has radicalized me to be pro D's nuts. I don't thank you for that. I think I caught up there. We are quite a ways away from our normally this is the time we start Friendly Friday. We started late anyway, so Friendly Friday will start 45 minutes, maybe an hour, and if we can knock out that gift goal before then, that would be great. I think we're about I think it's at $1.99 now, so appreciate you guys. If we started the dollar train, we'll knock that out in no time. That's the best way to do it. All right, moving on from Thomas Massey. Yeah, I want to go back to this. This was an announcement from Intel this morning. Was this morning? Yesterday? Yesterday was the 18th, right? Yesterday. In case you missed it, we're excited to collaborate with NVIDIA to develop custom CPUs and x86 RTX SoCs for data center and client computing. Together, we're unlocking new opportunities in AI and PC innovation. On its face, it doesn't seem that weird until you realize that these are two companies that rely on Donald Trump to be able to sell their chips. And he's using the leverage of tariffs and national security, in this case with the chips, to decide where they can sell them to. And now we have a stake in NVIDIA and Intel. This is cronyism. This is our government forcing a merger here. He just forced them to work together. He's like, you guys have to work together now. They're like, okay, I guess we'll do it. Do we like that, Republicans? Just consolidating more power? Fuck the free market. Oh, Lord. Fuck monopolies, right? Or I guess monopoly laws. Let's just do monopolies. I want you to see their stock price after this, which, by the way, Donald Trump owns a lot of. NVIDIA, straight up. Intel. This line makes fucking... This is what a meme coin looks like. I dare you to find me any other stock that looks like this. This is the market realizing that we have we have a government run or government chosen winners now. And now that when the government chooses a winner, you should invest, is basically what we're seeing here. Now, of course, it tailed off and it'll drop a little and it'll go back up. But this is the entire market recognizing that our government is picking winners and losers. And yeah, it makes sense to invest in the winners that our government has chosen. Limited government, my ass, right? Let's go here. Do I have that massive one still up? I also want to pay. I also think we need to pay attention to this. Yesterday, Trump was over in England, and they had a dinner after. And Trump gets to pick like who's there. In fact, Trump is such a petty little bitch that he said, "I don't want the mayor of London there," and so now no mayor of London. What's his name again? What's the mayor of London's name? Sadiq Khan. That's who it is. He said, and he's openly just says, I don't like him, so I asked that he not be there. Here's the list. So here's from England: King Charles, Queen Camilla, Trump, Melania, William, Prince of Wales, Catherine, Princess of Wales, Paula Reynolds, Chairman of National Grid, which is a British energy company, Tiffany Trump, Michael Bolas, Warren Stevens. All seems right? It's the first family, and it's the royal family. Here we go. Just more politician. That's fine. Treasury Secretary Marco Rubio's there. Why is Tim Cook there? Why is Jensen Huang there, head of NVIDIA? Why is Vivian Hunt from United Health there? What are they doing over there? What about Anthony Paduano, an American securities lawyer? What's he doing there? Why is Jane Fraser, the CEO of Citibank, over there? What's going on? Why is Rupert Murdoch there? Why is Sam Altman there? Why is Satya Nadella from Microsoft there? Why is Blackstone there? Steven Schwartzman. Were you guys, I swear to God, it wasn't that long ago, you guys were like, globalism, deep state. Blackstone, BlackRock, Vanguard, they're all up in Trump's ass. They live in Trump's ass. This is the most deep state administration I've ever seen in my life. It is nothing but billionaire deep staters. You think all right, if you don't want to accept that Trump doesn't care about you, can you accept that all the people he brought to dinner don't care about you? Find me the person who gives a fuck about MAGA here. Schwartzman, no. Nadella, no. Altman, no. Murdoch, no. Haley Harrison, don't know who that is. Richard Moore from MI6, no, probably not. Dan Scavino, Stephen Miller. Does Citibank care about you? Does Anthony Paduano give a fuck about you? Any of these people? Scott Bessent, George Soros protege, does he care about you? Tim Cook, does he care about you? Jensen Huang, do they care about you? Vivian Hunt, why are all the billionaires representing us overseas? What's going on? It got real quiet. You notice how many people just left YouTube when we brought up these names? That was wild. Like 500 people dropped from the viewers, and suddenly it's not all pro MAGA in here. That was weird. You guys all run at once? Did you get the group text? Group chat, get the fuck out, get the fuck out, get the fuck out. Because your views might make people see this. You might accidentally drag some people in here to see this. This is pretty deep statey, if you ask me. Where's the people representing the farmers? Where's the people who are representing the blue collar workers? Where's the manufacturers? Where's the educators? No, just a bunch of rich billionaires? That's on the guest list? Yeah, cockroaches, exactly. We gotta go. We gotta go. Get out of here. That was wild. Like 500 people. The views dropped by 500. That was crazy. Amy said Trump is the deep state cabal. Amy also said I get more, but no, overtime on tax was a scam. More like the government gets to collect interest off our backs. Rebate later. Sherry said it's not a hoax. Trump was a registered Dem not running for office 20 years ago. Open your eyes, especially close your ears to Trump. Keep telling me it's not the deep state. Keep telling me he gives a fuck about you. Look at this fucking split screen. This is trigger warning a little bit here. This is one of the most telling split screens I've ever seen. Just sit with it for a second. People that have more money than they could spend in lifetimes. All of them silent on a genocide. And here we are in Palestine, like asking for food. I don't even know if this picture here is real. I have no idea. But I could split it with any other picture from Palestine. This is the Gilded Age shit. Like this is just real life. This is reality. The world is starving. There are places in the world where there's ongoing genocides, and these guys sit around and clink glasses and talk about, congratulations on your merger with Intel. Congratulations on owning 60% of the homes in America. Congratulations to all of you. We are all so very wonderful. Let's clink glasses while people starve. I don't even know why the fuck we do these things. It's like we're building we built a patio over the Rose Garden so we can have like black tie dinners. Now Trump's like, we're going to have the greatest ballroom the world has ever seen. Who the fuck cares? You guys care about the ballroom? You care about the Rose Garden? Do you care about anything Trump is doing outside of yelling at libs? Is that the only thing that you fucking care about? Is that your entire ideology? Just be mean to libs and it's good enough? The world is on fire. Donald Trump openly yesterday is talking about like, oh, we might have World War III coming. Americans are starving. They're bleeding their life savings. More debt than ever before. FICO scores are dipping for the first time since 2009. Economy on the verge of collapse. Recession incoming. AI bubble certain. And this is going to look like all those fucking fat cat bloated dipshits in 2007 and 2006 who were telling you like the future is now, it's never been brighter, invest, it's funny money. All these people, like you're seeing wealth like exponentially grow. And then poof, gone. And all the regular people hurt. And all of these people get bailed out by the government, and they will. Because now our government has a financial interest in NVIDIA and Intel. And now we also have a financial interest in AI and data centers. And they've told you that it's very fucking important for the United States to win the AI battle. And I'd like to know why. Nobody's ever explained to me why it's so goddamn important that we win the AI battle. To me, I'm looking at it. It looks like a money pit. Every AI company is bleeding money. They're not making shit. The only thing they do, I'll admit, I like AI. It helps me research. I can ask a question and it gives me better results than Google. Google gives me results that are like they tend to, for me at least, when I search for something, Google gives me the most recent result every time. And I can use AI and ask specific questions, and I can get like easier access to articles and sources. I like AI for that. But all this other shit that they claim it's going to do, it's going to be the doctors, it's going to teach schools. They're literally telling you, the American working class, that we have to win the AI battle, which will steal most of your jobs. And there's no plan in place for what happens after they steal your jobs. They're not adding a security blanket. They're not giving you like universal basic income. They're not going to offer you universal health care. They're not going to offer you retirement. They're literally gutting retirement, Medicare, Social Security. Every movie that my mom loves, which is ironic, and every show that my mom loves, who's a Republican, I'm actually going to call her after this. We're going to have this discussion, and she's going to hate it. But every movie she loves is just like this moment in history. Every time this moment in history happened, and it's very apparent when you watch the movie who the good guys are, not these people, and who the bad guys are. Who the good guys are, not these people, and who the bad guys are, these people. Every time. My mom loves she loves musicals. She's a musical, like she taught music education. She's a great musician. And so like I even grew up, like I watched musicals all growing up. I love music. I love to play music. But like my mom's favorite musical is Les Mis. And I say Les Mis because I can't say it all the way in my Utah accent, so I'm shortening it. And Les Mis is this story of like extreme wealth disparity. It's a story like the guy steals a loaf of bread and goes to jail, and the story is like he had to feed his family. What would you do? It's the story of a bunch of filthy rich people looking down on him for stealing bread to feed his family while they just hoard all of the wealth. I mentioned the Gilded Age earlier. She loves the Gilded Age. It's like it's right up her alley. What's the lesson learned there? I grew up watching Newsies. Newsies is a story based on like reality. That in the early 1900s, so many adults lost their jobs, their factory jobs, while the richest among us had their net worths skyrocket and their wealth skyrocket. Newsies is a story of families who couldn't feed their children because they didn't have jobs, or they got hurt at their job, and there was no disability pay, there was no social safety net. So people would go work in a coal mine or in a factory, and they would get hurt, and they would lose their ability to work. But there was nothing for them, and so their kids literally were in the streets selling newspapers. And then the newspaper executives, William Randolph Hearst and William Pulitzer, they saw their revenues kind of declining a little bit, or stagnating, and they said, well, what are we going to do? We need more money. They're filthy fucking rich. They're the richest people in the country at the time, along with the Rockefellers. And they started saying, you know what, maybe we'll charge the Newsies in the musical a little bit more money. We'll take these kids, half of them are orphans, half of them are working because their parents can't, and we'll just charge them a little bit more. And then they unionized. That's the story. Together they realized that collectively they can beat the elites, because the elites might have the wealth, but they don't have the people. And they came together. That's the whole story. They came together. These kids unionized. We're a union just by saying so. They came out, they unionized, and they won. And what they actually won was just like kind of fair pay for kids that are like orphans. That was basically all they won. And that's where we're at now. The elite class, what do they tell you? What did the Republicans run on? Killing unions. We got to kill the unions. The unions are the problem. Regulation is the problem. Drill, baby, drill. The attacks on renewable energy. Donald Trump said yesterday in front of a press conference that windmills cost millions of dollars a year to operate, which is untrue. I can't find anybody. Wind is the single cheapest source of energy. It requires an initial investment of the structure, and that's about it. Maintenance is fairly limited. They don't cost that much to operate. So when you take the investment and what it produces, it's literally the cheapest energy. Solar is next. And Donald Trump's in front of cameras going, wind and solar are too expensive. We have to drill. Why? So his oil baron friends can stay rich. So there was somebody can help me what state it's in. I want to say it was Tennessee. But there was a story coming out from Tennessee that the EPA had canceled a contract, or excuse me, a grant. And that grant was specifically for low-income families. It was going to give renewable energy to low-income families, which on average would reduce their energy bill by 20%. And they took that away at the same time that everybody's energy prices are going up. Soon, very soon, it's already happening, but like we already have record high delinquent rates on energy bills. People already can't afford their energy bills. And this president is doubling down on, hey, drill, baby, drill. Why? Because he wants his friends to get paid. And he doesn't give a fuck about you. If you're not rich, if you're just middle class, it's coming soon. If you're not above middle class, you're already feeling this. Most of us here, we're already feeling all of this. I went to the gas station the other day. They were going to drill so much that gas would be cheap. It was $4 a gallon. After I went to the gym, I went to the grocery store, and I had an alarming experience at the grocery store. I went to the gym, then the grocery store. And I live in a place in Arizona where we have a lot of retired people. And there's kind of like where the grocery store is an area with much cheaper houses. And there's a lot of like 55 and older mobile home communities, and a lot of people on fixed incomes. On the other side of the street, there's some not obscene wealth, but like people more well-to-do on the other side of the freeway. The grocery store is there. And I went into the grocery store. I went into a Safeway, and I haven't bought beef for a while just because it's so expensive, and I don't particularly like it better than chicken. Chicken's less expensive. But I thought I wanted to do, I was like, maybe I'm going to make a roast. So I went to just see how much a roast would be. It'd be like $30. Like, that's crazy. And I watched, while I was looking in the meat section, there were three elderly couples. And I watched over and over as they picked things up, shook their head, looked at each other, and put it down. Three of them. A steak, a steak that normally you could get two, just a few months ago, for $20, you could get two decent sirloins. It's not nice sized sirloins, two for $20. They're $16 a piece now. And I sat there. I stayed in that grocery store way too long because it was at like 10 a.m. So this is just when all of the retired people are out. The grocery store was like me and a bunch of retired people, obviously on fixed incomes. And I just watched as I went through the grocery store, and I watched them pick stuff up and shake their heads and put it down over and over and over again. And I'm in Trump country. Meanwhile, this is happening. Let me show you another graph here. Elon Musk's net worth is about, the last I checked, around $400 billion. Okay? Here's the net worth, the total real wealth, which is net worth of the bottom 50% of our country. Elon Musk has 4 times the wealth of the bottom 50% of our country. It's 175 million-ish people. And for anybody who doesn't understand why we're talking about this, it's not about the fact that Elon Musk has money. It's about historical data and what happens when this level of wealth inequality exists. People die. People lose their homes. People live on the streets. Crime will go up. And we have an administration who views crime as something that should be dealt with the heavy hand. So let's just practically, whether you think you mean it or not, let's just practically look at this. If we know these things, that as poverty rises, crime rises. For every percentage that the average American spends over 30% of their income. So if you take 30% of your income, for every percentage point over 30% of your income that you wind up having to spend on housing, you see a rise in unemployment, which leads to a rise in crime, which leads to a rise in drug use, which leads to a rise in homelessness. And the solution to that from this administration, you all know what the solution will be. The solution will be throw them in prison. And these private prisons, what did they do with the people once they're in prison? They use them for labor. Then you have labor that you can spend 75 cents on. And you can feed a prisoner on $1.50 a day. And so you're going to see what we already have in this country, which is that we jail more of our citizens than any other country in the world, despite the fact that we have record low violent crime. Poor people will become criminalized on this trajectory. And they will be thrown in jail, and they will be used as slave labor. And I know it sounds hyperbolic, but it's just reality. It's what happens every fucking time. And the mistake that we make as Americans and the arrogance that we have right now is that we know history, and we wouldn't let history repeat itself. We will. We absolutely fucking will. Back to the conversation I had this morning with my friends. They were like, it's the messaging. The messaging's the problem. You can't call people fascist. It doesn't matter. If I say fascist, you might get mad. But if I say this, they have the same response. They call me crazy. It's a conspiracy theory. The problem in this country is not name calling. It's apathy. It's people who don't give a fuck until it directly affects them. And it's coming. Like I said, most of us it's already affecting. Some of you might be in a tax bracket where it doesn't affect you yet. But we have this sunshine and rainbow ideology in the United States where we think we are unfucking touchable because we haven't really grown up with any real problems. Compared to generations before, it's not a lot of problems. And I'm gonna talk a little bit of shit, and I apologize in advance to the generations before us, but my generation and the boomers, we did this. But specifically boomers, you fucking did this. I am so tired of boomers pointing at Gen Z and going, can you believe these kids? Yeah, I can fucking believe it. Because you know what you did? You looked at money as the end all be all. Every boomer I know, these kids, they need to get off social media. Why'd you let social media happen then? Why didn't you put any guardrails on social media then? How come when all this shit was happening and they built these companies, how come you just let it happen? Oh, it's good for the stock market. Oh, my portfolio looks nice. Yeah, I'll invest in Facebook. This is good. Yeah, they can have my data. We won't do a goddamn thing about that. Oh, we'll elect politicians who take money from these social media companies, and we'll just let them destroy our entire culture. Yeah. And then they're like, I can't believe these kids. Who the fuck did this? You, bitch. You did it. You did it, and you still think you have the right answer. There's never been a more arrogant generation than the fucking boomers. You had a economy handed to you where you could choose virtually any job at all. Pick your job. And you could have a living, you could have a family, you could have a house, you could have a retirement. And you're like, I worked hard my whole life. Probably. But you also had it handed to you. And then your parents and you sat there and you heard Ronald Reagan show up, and Ronald Reagan's like, hey, you know what would be cool? You know all these things that we have? You know all these nice things that we have in America? Well, you're being taxed too much. So wouldn't you like more money in your pockets? And you're like, fuck yeah, I would. Give me more money. Wait, what's going to happen? Are we going to go into debt for this? No, we won't go into debt for this. I know it looks like it, but like you're going to have so much money that your lower taxes are actually going to pay for the debt. Okay. And then once it was there, nobody will go against it. Democrats, Republicans, this isn't partisan. This is the fucking boomers who sat there and watched Reagan do it, and watched Clinton do it, and watched Bush do it, and watched Obama do it, and watched Trump do it, and watched Biden do it. Because everybody was too big of a fucking pussy to just tell the American people the truth. We got to tax you motherfuckers more. We got to spend less. And we got a monopoly problem. We let Walmart get too goddamn big. But how did they convince you that it was okay? They put Walmart stock in your portfolio. Yeah, Facebook watches every move your children does, and they listen to all your conversations. Amazon's hearing every word you're saying right now. Yeah, but it's in my portfolio, so You just let it happen to all of us, and then you have the audacity to blame the younger generation. The younger generation who has grown up with nothing but war that nobody can fucking explain. Why'd we go to Desert Storm, Dad? Why'd we go to Iraq? 9/11. Weren't those Saudi? Wasn't that a Saudi funded? Yeah. Why didn't we go to Saudi Arabia? I don't know. Well, we did go to Afghanistan after that. Why'd we go to Afghanistan? 9/11. Wasn't that the Saudis? Yeah. How long were we in Afghanistan? Long time. But we must have caught Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan, right? No. Where was he? Pakistan. Did we go to war with Pakistan? No. Why not? And the younger generation just has to like realize their parents just got fucking duped. And then you point at them like, I can't believe you don't like what you see in front of you. You are so ungrateful for the people that came before you. The difference is, boomers, you did have a generation that dealt with some shit and left you with a nice little nest egg. You're leaving us with fascism. You're leaving us with an oligarchy. And you're like, you guys should be grateful for all that we did. Look at all these people who fought in Afghanistan and Iraq. And by the way, I appreciate everybody who did that. I appreciate all of you. But you were victims. Everybody that got sent over there, you're a victim. So I appreciate your patriotism. I appreciate all, and you probably have some shit you have to deal with every day, and you never should have been there. But our country was willing to sacrifice your life for apparently for Benjamin Netanyahu. I don't know. Didn't find weapons of mass destruction. Now, Trump, did you know this? Yesterday, Trump said he's going to take back Bagram. Did you hear that? Trump wants to take back Bagram. He said it's a very important airport. For what? What if we just stopped going to war? We are so unbelievably fucked in this country because we don't know what's real. And we got too many boomers with an opinion without an education who refuse to educate themselves. They think because life was such a fucking breeze for them, they just coasted and have a nice retirement. They got a summer house and a winter house now. And they're like, yeah, that's all you have to do is show up to work every day. Yeah, well, nobody has a job that's going to pay them a pension. Most people don't have a job that pays even a good retirement account. You got these like shitty 401ks with virtually no match. If you just did it my way, it doesn't exist your way anymore. And that's why we're here, where Elon Musk has 4 times the wealth as the bottom 50% of this country. That's a fucking problem. J666 said, you too can sponsor an American for 10 cents a day. Amy said, want to stop immigration into your countries? Fix poverty around the world. Many do not want to leave their homes to inconvenience you. They just want to not die. Yeah. Agreed with that. Once again, guys, we are crowdfunded. If you could help us out, knock out that gift goal. Let me read a couple of these that came through. James said, for windmill funding. Nancy said, what do you call a fly without wings? A walk. Betsy says, happy Friday. Thank you, Betsy. Check here. Pink said, you're a hipster if you burn your tongue on a hot drink. You drank it before it was cool. Stupid. Brad said, why do French people eat snails? They don't like fast food. Alyssa said, sending love to my favorite chat that Jay loves to ignore. That's the Twitch chat. To be fair, we aren't as toxic, so I guess that makes sense. Love you. That's probably true, admittedly. Chelsea, thanks for joining the Dollar Train, and Michelle for daily therapy. Let's see, where are we at? I think that's what we got. We can knock that out. We got about 20 minutes left before Friendly Friday. That'll be no problem. We'll knock that out in no time. Yeah, this was another pretty alarming stat that tells us we're close to the Gilded Age. This is a graph showing the spending, like by percentage, of high-income Americans, which is like the top 10%. So you can look like early 90s, we were down at around 35% of spending was done by the top 10%. And as we've deregulated, as we've refused to tax appropriately, you see that just skyrocket. To now we're at almost 50% of spending in this country comes from the top 10%. That's not good. Means nobody has any money. And look at these big transfers of wealth. Look at this. COVID. Go back to 2008. big transfer there. Every time we have a recession, what comes out of it? The rich get richer. Every time there's a problem, the rich get richer. Isn't that weird? You guys don't find that ironic, Republicans, that every time we have a recession that is caused by deregulation and not taxing appropriately, that the response to that recession is to bail out rich people, and they wind up getting richer and richer and richer. And all it takes for Republicans to convince you to keep voting for them is to tell you that they hate the same people that you do. Yeah, Shawners, this happens. You know when my viewership dips? When I talk about things that are uncomfortable for Republicans. That's what happens. Every time we talk about math or reality, you guys dip. But if I start talking about trans people, you'll all come back. If I start talking about Charlie Kirk, you'll all come back. You're not curious. You don't think. You don't like data. That's why you're Republicans in the first place. You're not really interested in a conversation like this. And I do it anyways because we're not in it for the views. All right, let's talk about Gaza for a minute. This was devastating. Yesterday, the United Nations Security Council took a vote. And I'll just let it play.
I put the draft resolution to the vote now. Will those in favor of the draft resolution contained in document S/2025/583 please raise their hand?
Oh, everybody, nice. The whole crew. Oh. You can see how tightly her fingers are clasped here. She's talking about, she's about to vote and say, everything's cool in Palestine. Nothing going on over there.
Those against?
Just freeze that. The whole world can recognize the genocide and want to stop it. Like 60 to 70% of America, depending on the poll you see, can recognize a genocide and want to stop it. But the Christian right, the MAGA Christians, led by Donald Trump, it's a singular hand there. Like, the history books will remember this, and I can't believe she wore red. Like, even just the optics of this, everybody in muted colors, somber. It's almost like this was a celebration. Like she knew she was going to stand out there. 80, 90% of the world knows that what's happening is wrong. And we have the most vile, disgusting human beings running our country right now, led by an absolute narcissist who, like I said, if Donald Trump can't find sympathy, empathy for children being starved to death, he's never going to give a fuck about you. Never. I don't know how this is real. Honestly, I don't know how this is real. There's only one explanation for this, and you all know what the explanation is. Leverage. You all know Israel has leverage. You all know that Israel has compromised our politicians. Our politicians are not in line with the American people. The American people want this war to end, and they all believe it's like the majority of Americans believe that this is a genocide. And our politicians don't. The majority of our politicians don't think it's a genocide. They think that it's warranted. It's supposed to be a representative republic. Who the fuck are they representing? Not you. What, are they just representing a minority now? Is that how a representative republic is supposed to work? Embarrassing. Like, embarrassing, but it almost feels like there needs to be a better word for that. It's far past embarrassing. Like, it makes me sick. It makes me not proud to be an American. This will be remembered by the history. Like, every history book in the world will show this picture. And America will be painted as evil. Even in like World War II, even Mussolini eventually was like, I got to switch sides. The Italians eventually were like, all right, I can't. This is too far. It's gone too far. We can't even match Mussolini. We can't match the Italians. The actual the founders of fascism.
There's no abstentions.
Yeah, you get to disagree with me without being shamed, but you don't get to disagree with me about whether or not this is okay without being shamed. Like, you can come up here, we can talk about it, but no, if you support what's going on in Israel, you're sick, or you're just woefully uninformed. If you can watch children die, if you can watch children starve to death, and not want to put a stop to that, even with what they say, like, we return the hostages, no, you don't need to starve children to death ever. Ever. There is never an excuse for children to be starved to death for revenge, for a war. Never. That's never okay. So yeah, if that's your opinion, I'm going to shame you, and you deserve to be shamed. If it was your child, there's no chance you'd be okay with it. If it was your life, there's no chance. You only say it because, once again, it doesn't affect you. And I think you probably don't view these people as human. I think you probably view them as subhuman. No, there is never an excuse to starve children to death. And when I see the Israeli response to it, what they say is, oh, well, these children will grow up to be dangerous, so we have to. That's like the country of Israel, perhaps, not even perhaps, in my lifetime, is by far the most evil government that has existed in my lifetime. It's not even close. They are evil at levels that I didn't know like humans could still be. They are every bit as evil as any other genocidal regime. Every bit. And what's happening now is, like, at first, in November of 2023, you could be like, oh, well, they had the right to protect themselves. And then in January, they could protect themselves. And every month that this goes on, it becomes painfully clear that they are not doing it to protect themselves. That it's not about the right to exist. It's about a total annihilation of a group of people and a removal of those people. And they are going to give that land to us. I don't want it. I don't want that land. I don't want blood on my hands. I don't want to be part of a country who can watch a genocide happen and be like, that's a nice place for a resort. Could we drill some oil while we're over there too? But you are. You guys are. You on the opposite side of this. That's who you are. Well, October 7th had consequences. Yes, the consequence is a genocide, a mass starvation of people, including children. Sniping children in the head. That is not a consequence. That is evil. That is an action that is unwarranted in every scenario. It is simply pure evil. And I have to listen every fucking day to this bloated, dipshit 80-year-old get on there and be like, the left is evil. Fuck off, dude. Like, fuck off. Evil? Even if every one of us, when Charlie Kirk died, were like, good, we're happy. Even if every one of us, 100% of us, even if we threw a party in the street and every fucking person who was on the left celebrated the death of Charlie Kirk, it's nowhere near the level of evil that you have to be to defend this. Because this you can stop. This you could end. This you could do something about. And these are children. Children aren't hurting anybody. Charlie Kirk hurt people. And if you don't believe Charlie Kirk hurt people, you know at least Charlie Kirk made people mad with his words. These children don't deserve any of this. I don't want to hear a fucking thing about evil and demonic from any of you motherfuckers. You don't get to do that. You don't get to have the moral high ground while we sit and watch a genocide. We don't get to be the country that doesn't align with everybody else and raise their hand and say genocide is bad. All of these people, genocide, bad, all of them. America, good. In the red. You might as well put on the MAGA hat. This is your color. This is your person. It's your administration. And they raised their hand and said, don't worry about it. This picture will live in infamy. And the response to that is almost worse. It's a 4-second clip. This is Danny Danon. Danny Danon is the UN is the ambassador to the UN from Israel. And as soon as that vote was over, here comes Daddy. Hi, friend. Did you see when I raised my hand so proudly so that you could keep doing your genocide? Hi, friend. Yay! Did you see what I did for you? America first, though, right? Look at Pakistan. Pakistan can figure it out. Remember Pakistan, the place that was allegedly aware that bin Laden was in their country and they were harboring bin Laden, so that makes Pakistan evil? Like, Pakistan can figure it out.
Mr. President, on the eve of the 80th General Assembly session and the high-level week, this 10,000th meeting, what a dark moment in this chamber. Pakistan voted.
Yes, what do I do for Palestinians rather than sit here and cover it? Yeah, look, I could do more for Palestinians, but again, let's compare that to cheering on a genocide, should we? I still think yeah, I could do more. We could all do more. But at the very least, I'm doing the very least. I'm advocating that we don't support a genocide. I'm at least doing something. You're cheerleading it.
In favor of the draft resolution alongside 13 members of the Council. We commend Denmark for its efforts.
Yeah, Jesse, I think the vote was yesterday.
In coordinating this joint E10 initiative. We align ourselves with the remarks of the permanent representative of Denmark. President, Pakistan profoundly regrets that this council was unable to adopt a draft resolution tabled by the 10 elected members, a resolution solely aimed at addressing the unfolding humanitarian crisis in Gaza. This was not a routine procedural matter. It was an opportunity to act in the face of unprecedented brutality and devastation and mass displacement in Gaza as the Israeli ground invasion intensifies. But let us be clear, it is not for lack of will or initiative. A clear majority of this council has consistently demanded urgent action to stop the carnage in Gaza. And we have fulfilled our part of that responsibility. What prevented the Council from acting was the exercise of the veto. That carries a heavy responsibility. And that is where the apology must lie. In moments of such grave human suffering, preventing the Council from fulfilling its mandate risks being seen as enabling the continuation of that suffering. Those who have chosen this course.
Well, I'm going to end it there. Then they all got together to criticize the United States. Somebody asked Charlie Kirk, he was saying this towards the end of his life. Yeah, I've played that clip, and I said that I agree with Charlie. I'll find common ground with anybody. I'll find common ground with MAGA here. Like, I don't like what you guys stand for, but if you're willing to stand for the people in Gaza, I'll put my differences aside for those things. We can fight about stuff later. But it's such a duopoly that I legitimately think that most of you, the reason that you don't acknowledge a genocide and you don't acknowledge what's happening there, and the reason that you still side with Israel is simply because that's your side. I just think that because Trump believes it, you believe it. I don't think any of you, like if you were left to your own devices and you were just given all the information, I don't think any of you would say Israel is correct here. If you know the history of what Israel has done, and even if you don't, if you just take October 7th until now, and you compare the attacks and the atrocities, it's not even close. I don't think any of you would side with Israel. Even this bullshit now that they're doing where they're like, oh, it's actually like it's because of your religion. It's not part of your religion. Your religion does not tell you to support the state of Israel. It doesn't say that in the Bible anywhere. That's bullshit. That's just something that Zionists have paid to get put into the rhetoric, and Christians fell for it. And it's their way to gain control over you. Look, we're in this together. And they just do a genocide for you. BS Parby said, keep up the good work. Thank you. Fuck Donald J. Trump said, I refuse to believe my fellow Americans actually think this is okay. I have to believe they just aren't paying attention. Yeah, I do. I think that they just show up and repeat whatever Trump thinks. And then they try and defend it, but they never just read. Just go do some reading. Mary said, how on God's green earth did Americans vote for this? Jen said, if you're not outraged, you're not paying attention. Hey, Howdy said, love you, Jen. Diet Pepsi said, Bagram, I thought Trump's the no new wars guy. Yeah. Swish said, Friendly Friday, family grift. Corvette girl Robin said, why isn't there a pregnant Barbie doll? Because Ken came in another box. Trudy, thank you. Hey, Howdy said, I hope you get better over the weekend. And thanks for the super chat as well. Thank you. I hope it's starting to hit me now. It's getting in you see me keep pushing my chest. I can't figure out if that's from like going to the gym or if I'm dying. We'll figure out. Let me go because we're running 12:55. We have a few more minutes. I wanted to show this. It is very difficult to estimate the death toll in Gaza because we can't get any independent confirmation. So Israel has their numbers, the IDF has their numbers, and everybody else has their numbers. Palestine has their numbers, and it's hard to get a direct read. But by the best reading of the numbers, it's even the IDF's best numbers, it's a 2-to-1 ratio, like 2-to-1 more Palestinians killed.
710. This is the number of days of absolute horror that the people in Gaza have endured. 65,000 is the number of Palestinians as certain killed, including of which 75% are women and children. In fact, we shall start thinking of 680,000 because this is the number that some scholars and scientists claim being the real death toll in Gaza. And it would be hard to be able to prove or disprove this number, especially if investigators...
By the way, this is Francesca Albanese. She's a UN special reporter.
And others remained banned from entering the occupied Palestinian territory, and particularly the Gaza Strip. But if this number is confirmed, 380,000 of these are infants under 5. 710. This is the number of days
So if you missed that, 380,000 children under the age of 5. 308. That's the number that they're coming up with now. By the way, most of the stuff that they claim on October 7th, most of the attacks against children turned out to be lies. Israel's even had to admit that many of them were lies. There was that story of I think it was 80 babies or something that they found burned alive in a house. Wasn't true. Donald Trump actually referenced that earlier. He doesn't know that it's untrue. Because again, Donald Trump's a dumb guy. These aren't even his opinions, which is what's craziest about you guys supporting it with so much loyalty, because they're not even his opinions. Somebody just tells him to say what he says, and he says it. He's an absolute puppet. He has no clue, and he doesn't care because he's a sociopath. Every time I argue with a conservative like a MAGA, and we get comparing, anytime you can get one to concede, they'll say, "Oh well, all politicians lie," and yeah, Donald Trump's a narcissist. That is disqualifying. If all of MAGA can recognize that Donald Trump is a narcissist, then all of MAGA is complicit in electing a narcissist. There is not a single aspect of a person's life that would be more disqualifying for leading a country than being a narcissist. I can't think of anything worse. I can't think of a single leadership quality worse than being a narcissist to lead a country. That means he will never care about anyone but himself. And you guys all acknowledge that, but then also think that he's got your best interests at hand. And then he filled his cabinet full of billionaires who are just like bleeding us dry. There is no representation for you. The middle class has gotten substantially worse. Agriculture, dead. Manufacturing, dead. Everything he told you he was going to do for you, he didn't. And he just filled his cabinet full of billionaires. He's made like $15 billion now. I saw Forbes, who consistently underestimates, but Forbes even today came out and said in the last 9 months, Trump has increased his net worth $3 billion. That is more than every president's net worth combined by miles. Every president in history. And Donald Trump that's just what he accumulated since he's been president. That's not what he showed up with. That's what he accumulated so far. Somebody do the math. I forgot what it was. Like the difference between in days, like the difference between 1 million seconds and 1 billion seconds. I don't remember what it was. If somebody has that, throw it in the chat. But you still think this is about you because he fights the culture war. He tells you he doesn't like the libs. He owns the libs. And that it seems to be that's all any of you care about is just winning this online like battle. And that's what happens. You elected an 80-year-old narcissistic internet troll, and you've all adopted his personality. So even if you're not a narcissist, you're just like you're mirroring that narcissism, and it's made you worse people. It's made our country worse. For anybody who's like raised by a narcissist, Felice used to explain this to me a while back. Just about I don't want to name, but people who are raised by narcissists. Oftentimes, the children that they raise aren't narcissists, but they mirror that. They mirror those actions. They can feel empathy, but it was such a foreign concept to them growing up that like their initial reaction is to avoid empathy, to avoid apathy or sympathy. And so when you follow Donald Trump and you act the way Donald Trump does, you are mirroring a narcissist. And that's why you can say things that are so abhorrent and not care or not feel, because it feels justified. But we have half the country mirroring a narcissist. Every time somebody dies on the left, you guys openly mock it. Every fucking time. And then it happened to you and you lost your fucking minds. That's like textbook definition. If it happens to you, it's the end of the world. If it happens to somebody that you don't like, it's hilarious. That's what you get when you have a narcissist leading your country. I want to show you a picture before we close up. I just want to, is this the, let's see. I'll show this, and then I want to show you 2 more clips, and then we'll go to Friendly Friday. This is a before and after of the Gaza seaport. These photos are in color. The water is a different color. There has been so much bombing and so much destruction that the water has changed color. It's brown, dark brown. This is what you guys are on board with. Completely, nobody lives in these buildings or that are functional. Some people might use these buildings now as structure. But if you were to go here by the seaport, you will see that people are using the structures and mostly living in tents, and they get evacuated all the time. I just don't think this is warranted for October 7th. Imagine an atrocity so bad that 2 years later, it has changed the color of the ocean. Thanks, Eric. I appreciate that. That's very generous. And then I'm going to show you some courageous people. I think I might have skipped her clip. Sorry about that. Here's Kash Patel leaving his FBI hearing. He wasn't ready for this.
Kash Patel, the American people want to know, how does it feel to be a cuck for Israel? Answer the question.
We're seeing and hearing what the FBI is doing on a daily basis.
You're claiming to serve the American people. You're serving Israel. Does it feel to be Israel's bitch? You don't care about kids getting raped. The American people want to know. He's a patriot. He's a patriot? Rape kids? Is patriotism to you? Thank you for your service, raping kids? You're an idiot.
Somebody should figure out who the fuck this person is. They're mad that she's criticizing Kash Patel for supporting a genocide. You also support a genocide. Fuck you too. You're a bitch too.
I'm an idiot? Really?
Yes, you are. I didn't say anything.
I love that guy. That guy's like, I didn't say shit. I'm not in on this. Yeah, Queen, exactly. Call that fucking Oompa Loompa a cuck. Everywhere he goes, every Republican is a cuck to Israel and a cuck to Donald Trump. Donald Trump's a cuck to Israel. And then he's like a proxy cucks. We're cucks to Israel because Donald's a cuck, and we adopt everything Donald does. This last reporter asking Donald Trump a question. Then we'll get to Friendly Friday.
World have the power to persuade Prime Minister Netanyahu to stop the demolition of Gaza City, to stop the starvation of Palestine, and to stop the killing of civilians. If not now, when will you exercise that power to tell him to stop?
Sure.
And then for both of you...
But you do understand about October 7th.
You do understand. So believe me, I understand.
One of the worst days in the history of humanity. What happened, I have seen the tapes. Babies that are 4 months old and just chopped up to pieces. And
I don't think that happened. I looked for this. I think Donald Trump got showed an AI video. He's alarmingly stupid. He gets duped by AI all the time. And he saw a video of a 4-month-old child chopped to pieces. Anybody seen that video? I've seen videos kind of like that were AI. Imagine the delight of the Israelis. Imagine calling Netanyahu, "Hey, I showed him the video. He didn't fucking know. He didn't even know that it was AI. He had no idea. He bought it? Yeah. He said he's going to talk about it in the press conference today. Watch it. Watch the press conference. This dumb old cuck is just going to say it because he's a fucking idiot.
you've seen the tapes, and I've seen the tapes. You're a professional, and so am I. And people...
Woodburger, that wouldn't be classified, you dumb bitch. Why would... This goes to show, like, how cucked you are. Why would that be classified? Why would a video of something that happened in Israel that was an atrocity committed by Hamas, why would that be classified? This is how cucky you are. You just want to believe him so bad that you invented a new story. Well, you don't have the classified information that he does. Why would that be classified? See what you just did? This is what all of you do. You don't know, though, Woodbugger. You don't fucking know. And what I said is I've never seen it. What I also said is that he gets duped by AI. You haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. Nobody here has seen it. Donald Trump just claims to have seen it. And you're like, yeah, yeah, Donald. You're a cuck. You're the same. You're all the fucking same. You are so desperate to not admit that this guy has a 42 IQ, that he's a narcissist, that he's a liar, and that he gets duped by AI every fucking day. You're so desperate not to admit to yourselves that this dipshit fascist isn't a dipshit fascist that you literally invent excuses. Every one of you, you're all cucks. You're the one that, like, your girlfriend cheats on you. You're like, it was actually my fault. I did not rub her feet for 3 hours every night. This one's on me. It's on me. Sorry, honey. In fact, maybe you ought to go out and fuck some more people. Can I watch? No, I can't watch. Oh, you'll send a recording? Got it. I'll stay here. I really hope I get to watch that dude fucking you. But if not, it's okay. It's probably my fault you didn't send me the video anyways. Thank you, honey. That's you. That's all of you. Just repeatedly getting blasted. And you're like, yeah, I deserve this. All because you don't want to admit that you were wrong about, like, for God's sakes. This is an 80-year-old man wearing a girdle, wearing lifts, wearing a diaper, who speaks at a 4th grade level and paints his fucking face orange every day with the world's dumbest and most obvious comb over. You don't present, no normal human being would ever present themselves this way. He thinks that you don't know. He thinks he looks normal because he's such a fucking narcissist that he goes out and he does this. And you guys act like it's just, yeah, that's a normal type of behavior for a human being. That's totally normal. He rage tweets online every day. If your kid spent as much time watching TV and tweeting as he did, you'd be like, get it the fuck together, kid. You'd be hard on your kid. But when it's the president, you're like, yeah, own them libs. It's crazy what you guys justify.
Well, forget about October 7th. I can't forget about it. So I want it to end, but I want the hostages back. I don't want the hostages used as human shields, which is what Hamas is threatening to do.
But as soon as they're back, that's the moment you will tell Netanyahu
Well,
to stop.
it would certainly help, but I have to have the hostages back. And I don't want them back piecemeal, as I said before. I want them back.
All right, so let's talk about it. Donald Trump says, I will not do a goddamn thing about ending the forced starvation and the assassination of children until I get some hostages back. And I have to get them back all at once. Until then, fuck them kids. You want me to say this is rational? How the fuck do you expect us not to think this is a psychopath? Children. He was just asked about children being starved to death and being sniped. And they said, why don't you do something about this? You have the world's most powerful military. And he said, I can't until we get those, I'm not going to do it until we get some people back. Sorry, fuck them kids. You think he's going to give a goddamn about you? No. Donald Trump, if our country were ever to be at war and we were losing the war, he would leave. He would just run. He'd get the fuck out. This is a draft dodger. This is a man who has bankrupted every business that he ever started. This is a man who has not kept a single relationship together without being publicly humiliated. This is a man who can't get a bank loan. Previous to his presidency, couldn't get a bank loan in the United States of America because he's so bad at this. This is a man who has never once admitted a mistake. This is a man who has lied to your face over and over and over again, and you don't fucking care. It's crazy. If I ask you, why doesn't it bother you that he lies, you go, Biden lied. And if you ask me, why doesn't it bother me that Biden lied about what was going on in Gaza, I would say it does bother me. And fuck Joe Biden for doing that. Because I'm a human being. I'm not in a fucking cult. It is I feel like I've said alarming 800,000 times today, but it's alarming how willing you are to just allow yourself to be forced into the cuck chair, and then you pretend that you like it. Actually, this is what I voted for. I hate it when politicians tell me the truth. I fucking hate it. I want to show you one more thing that actually I forgot about this. Where's the Erica Kirk thing? Because I want to show something that was alarming to me, has not alarmed a single Republican, and I don't think it's getting enough news. So this is Megyn Kelly. I don't know who these guys are. This guy works for Turning Point USA. I know this guy's been on Charlie's podcast a bunch. He tells a really interesting story here. Now, Erica Kirk has been chosen to lead Turning Point USA since Charlie's gone. For the record, I'm thrilled about it. I feel bad that she lost her husband, and I don't celebrate that. She's one of the most uniquely uninspiring people I've ever heard speak. And I don't want Charlie's message to be amplified. I want somebody who's not an effective communicator to be in charge, and so I'm thrilled. But listen to them tell the story of how she wound up being I guess, chosen by the board to be the new CEO.
There's a question about who's going to lead the team going forward and who's going to lead this enormously important organization. And I understand you have some news on that front.
Yeah. Since everything has happened, I think the number one question is what is going to happen with Turning Point? What is going to happen next? And I'm pleased to be able to announce with you, and I think it's appropriate because of who you are and who this person is, that the Turning Point board has unanimously selected Erica Kirk as the new CEO and chair of the board. And not only is that amazing in and of itself, but I can assure you, Megan, that Charlie told me personally, and he told others, he probably told Mikey, that if anything ever happened to him, that this is exactly what he wanted.
Wow.
Now, Charlie Kirk got death threats for years, so I don't doubt that this would be a normal conversation for him to have. I believe that this conversation happened. It seems normal. However, in light of other things that we know, that Charlie Kirk told multiple people privately, and it's been confirmed by them, that he was afraid that if he spoke out against Israel, that he might die. I'm not accusing. I'm not accusing Israel of this assassination. It seems very clear to me that it was this dude in Utah, and I've seen absolutely no connection to Israel with what he said. So I want to be clear that I don't think that, but people on the right do. Candace Owens thinks that. Michael Savage thinks that. Seems to be Tucker Carlson thinks that. There are some very prominent people on the right who do think that right now. And Charlie Kirk was at least aware that if something were to happen to him, it could be somebody on the left or it could be Israel. But he had this conversation. And because of that, and because of other things that have come out, like Candace Owens talking about his meeting with, what was that guy's name? Somebody help me with the name. Bill Ackman. And she claims that Bill Ackman and he got into an argument, and that Bill Ackman basically threatened him. There's also a claim that he was offered $150 million from Israel, and he turned down that money. So there are all these secrets, which I think that for you Republicans, I think it's a little weird that you're not noticing this stuff. Your party has a lot of secrets, and they openly talk about the fact that they have secrets and that Charlie knew secrets. Every time they all keep saying, I'm not going to name names, but everybody here knows what I'm talking about, which means that there are conversations happening behind closed doors about plans for the future and where they're going. Like all of a sudden, this stuff about Charlie Kirk being president, that's coming out. Also remember that Charlie Kirk was a paid propagandist. Charlie Kirk was paid by Trump's super PAC and right-wing billionaires to spread this message. He had a contract to drive voters for Trump. That was his job. This was not a guy who just built a platform on debate, was a free speech absolutist. In fact, Charlie Kirk rose to prominence initially with an outrage campaign. Charlie Kirk told everybody about Arizona State, him being invited to speak at Arizona State and Arizona State rejecting him. And then there were these protests saying that Arizona State was silencing voices. And we now can confirm through multiple people that never even happened, that Charlie Kirk was never invited. And they put out this video that was completely staged. A completely staged video about them losing the opportunity to speak at ASU. They faked it. They created an outrage campaign, and then they rode that momentum. So the entire movement was started with a lie. But there are people behind the scenes that are pulling the strings, obviously, because none of you know who funds Charlie Kirk, and Charlie Kirk won't tell you who funds him. But we do know for sure that the Trump campaign funds him. We also know that the Trump campaign and the Trump administration is extremely secretive, even to their own people. They tell you that there is stuff that you don't know. Tucker Carlson says it all the time. All these bigwigs on the right, they all say, I talked to high-level officials, and I can't tell you who said it, but this is what they're saying. So with that in mind, I want you to hear the rest of this.
I have the chills. It had to be, right? I mean, there's just, I don't think anybody would accept a leader of the organization who they didn't feel completely understood Charlie and would be 100% dedicated to fulfilling his vision for where this group is going.
Well, and let me just add one more thing, and I want Mikey to chime in here as well. But in the immediate hours afterwards, Erica got a call from somebody very important. I'll leave that vague out of privacy, but she got a call from somebody very important. And the question was, what do you know? Sort of asking how much of what's going on behind the scenes and with the relationship, like, what do you know? And her reply back was, everything. I know everything.
That's good.
You think that was about the organization? You think somebody outside of Turning Point USA called to find out how much she knew about running Turning Point USA or the day-to-day operations of Turning Point USA? This high-level phone call that came from outside of Turning Point USA called her and asked her the first question, what do you know? And she said, everything. What does she know? Danielle, I think this is a case for you. Charlie Kirk was involved heavily in the get out the vote and the voting mechanisms. We'll see. It doesn't make sense that Charlie Kirk's movement is now being left or being run by a woman. Charlie Kirk believed women shouldn't be running organizations. Charlie Kirk thought the woman's place was in the house. Shouldn't she be going out and finding a new husband? According to Charlie Kirk? That sounds an awful lot to me like somebody called and said, what do you know? And she said, everything. And they're like, all right, cool, you're in. Yep. He told you everything? Cool, you're in. And I believe that. I've gone back. It's interesting, the way that they met, they were introduced by somebody, and then Charlie staged a job interview. And then she sat down for the job interview, which she's like, I didn't really need it because I had a job. And Charlie said, I'm not going to hire you. I'm going to date you. And he said, I don't have any friends. We're either dating or we're nothing. And then they had a very, very close, they appear to have done kind of everything together. They went everywhere together. It appears that Charlie Kirk told her everything all the time. That was a very fucking weird thing to hear. What other explanation is there? Charlie Kirk clearly knows stuff that other people don't want out there. And her response of, I know everything. I believe that it's possible that this message here wasn't for a cool story, wasn't for Megyn Kelly. I believe that this was a message to everybody listening that Erica Kirk knows everything. What everything Charlie knew, Erica Kirk knows, and fall in line. That's what I think it was. I think that was to protect Turning Point USA. And you've seen that. You've seen the people start talking about Turning Point USA like it was the most important organization on the right, which it probably was. But they never said that before Charlie was gone. So it's interesting. I think there's some conspiracy theory to leave you on. Danielle, let me know what you figure out. Let me read some super chats, and then you can, if you're here for Friendly Friday, you can start jumping in the Discord. James said, thanks for the super chat. Eric said, if they are okay with child SA, they have no bottom, no red lines, and will just justify anything with their sunk cost fallacy. Have a great weekend. Agreed. They won't release the Epstein files. They won't stop a genocide in Palestine. Them talking about morals when people celebrated that Charlie Kirk died, you just don't have a baseline for that. You've got to talk to somebody else with morals. I'll listen to somebody else with some that cares about other humans. about that. 6 cents, Amelia. Thank you, Eric. Again, thank you for the generous super chat there. B. Sparby said, keep up the good work. Fuck Donald Trump said, I refuse to believe my fellow Americans actually think this is okay. I have to believe they just aren't paying attention. Yeah, I'm with you, man. And I get criticized for that a lot, but I think maybe that's just me lying to myself so that I can keep moving. But I do feel that way. Mary said, how on God's green earth did Americans vote for this? I think I might have read that. I did. Check here. Thanks, guys, for putting up with me today. I'm not feeling well at all, so I appreciate you being patient. Amanda said, fuck Carr, fuck Trump, go Birds. Kristen said, need you to know I love your fucking streams. Thank you. That does mean a lot to me. I appreciate when you guys take time to send me messages and like that and super chats. And if you can't super chat or whatever, when you DM me, it means a lot. So I appreciate that. Natalie says, feel better. Jen for the Dollar Train. Hugo said, are you debating anyone a la Wilson soon? I don't have any debates scheduled. I probably won't. And thank you. That was a very generous donation. I probably won't schedule a debate for a little bit. I just want things to cool down. I don't want to debate about Charlie Kirk. I think everybody's entitled to their opinion and their feelings about Charlie Kirk. Some people hated him, some loved him, and all those feelings to me are valid. So I don't really want to debate in that space when we're talking about Charlie Kirk. James said for windmill funding. Okay, I read that from Nancy. Let's see here. All right, and then we check Jen's real fast. Andrea said, fuck MAGA and anyone that voted for a man that had 26 grape allegations and 1 conviction. You knew this and still voted for him like a rapist respects anything if he can't respect a woman's body. Great job, Jay. Thank you very much. Andrea said, thanks for all your hard work, Jay and Jen. Fuck Trump and all the Republicans in Congress letting shit like this happen. Robin said, thanks, Jay and Jen and mods for all that you do. Thanks, Robin. That was generous. I think I got them all. All right. I think I got all those. We'll do one more reading before we leave. But Jen, did you drag me in?
I'm looking at what's over there. So if you guys haven't already, we opened up the general chat and we'll be going over there.
MAGA, you can bounce if you need to now. We're not going to, it's just people going to be nice to me and you're going to hate it. So just giving you a warning. You may want to take off now. Otherwise, it's going to be tough for you to listen to.
Yeah, right. There's going to be all kinds of niceness and a little bit of RTP glazing, so you're going to hate it.
All right, who's first?
Swish.
What's up, Swish?
Hey, I'm going to give you one more week free of my normal greeting, so we're just going to move on.
Thank you.
I'm going to let you recover from being paralyzed in fear last week, as if. So,
yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. So listen, we decided we have some friends. We're going to go out to dinner. We decided we're going to have them back here, and I'm going to introduce them to our RTP drinking game, which is I'm going to let the newbies in the room pick any one of your live streams that you've posted at random, and every time you say the word, I think we're going to go with. What should we go with? Dumb bitch? We'll go with dumb bitch. Every time you say dumb bitch, it's gonna be a shot. That's what we're gonna do. There are gonna be some drunk folks in my house spending the night. That's what's happening.
They're not gonna make it.
They are not gonna make it. It's the poison round here. But we're gonna go to dinner tonight. Did you tell me you lived in Columbia, South Carolina?
I did live in Columbia, yeah.
Okay, so that's where I live, and I don't know how long it's been since you've been here, but they're really like building up downtown and stuff, and they've got some new restaurants down there. So Mr. Swish got to pick the restaurant this time, and he wants to go to this new spot. Just went in about a month ago. It's called the Moon. I'm not sure about it. I heard they have really good food, but no atmosphere. So. Yeah.
So stupid. So stupid.
You're stupid. I love you. I love you, Jen. I love you, chat. And I'll talk to you next week. Bye.
Bye, Swish.
Bye.
Kirsten.
Kirsten.
Hi, how are you? No, okay. What I would like to say is I know that you're not feeling so well today, and I hope you feel better.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Also, I understand. I turned 29 7 days ago, and it felt like I'm the world's punching bag now. So I thought I was going to get a reward since I turned 29, but no, it's the opposite. But what do I have to say?
It only gets worse.
Um,
It only gets worse, I promise.
Oh, no.
Sorry.
No. No, you're fine. It's just I have to prepare myself.
Yeah.
I'd rather have honesty than someone telling me it's going to get better. Anyway, also, I just want to let you know, you're doing a great job. I like everything you do. I know it's harsh on you right now, and I just know that you're strong and you can overcome. You overcame so much. I know you can overcome this, and don't worry. I know you have like thousands of followers that are just going to be there beside you because how genuine you are. So, this is all I have to say for today. Also, I ask people to just have kindness towards the homeless people because I'm experiencing being homeless in my car.
Jesus.
And you wouldn't believe how rude people are. Like, so much shouting. I had a lady go on the phone with someone because I was sleeping in my sister's yard. And she was like, she's not supposed to be here. Why is she sleeping in her car? It was just so rude. So I just ask people to just be kind to those that are just trying to get up on their feet. I just only have 15 seconds left, and I just want to say thank you, Jen, the chat. You all are amazing. You're amazing. And I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you. Just remember too, in the Discord, there is a section for mutual aid. Don't be afraid to ask for help. It's what we do. And so if you need some help, go into the mutual aid section in Discord. And sometimes we're able to help you out with some things. So check that out.
Yeah, do that.
Thank you.
You bet.
I appreciate it. Have a good day. Bye.
You too.
Well, and to reset, because I know that made Jay super uncomfortable. Jay, you're a bitch.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you.
Mama.
What's up, Mama?
Thank you for the palate cleanser, because there was no way I would be able to follow that. Okay, so yeah, thanks for actually doing Friendly Friday. Because let me tell you, when you like take the Fridays off, especially after it being like a really really heavy day or heavy week, like that shit just throws me off.
That's why I started doing Thursdays, because I would just burn out. Like after we did, by Thursday I was cooked. And so that's why we started taking Thursdays off, specifically for this reason. So, yeah.
Makes sense. So I was watching the news yesterday, and with like people who also, or like they voted for Trump, but like as a protest vote. And they heard him saying, I don't even remember what it was because I hear so much bullshit that he says, but he said something about the comedians all like losing their jobs and them pulling licenses and stuff like that. And all of a sudden I hear, well, there's the fascist. It's like, oh, okay, cool. Welcome.
Yeah. I do think this has been like alarming for a lot of people. The fact that in that same group chat I had this morning, my friend was like, well, it sounds like he was just canceled by ABC. And I sent, and I would recommend this, send the clip that we played today that's in the Discord of Brendan Carr threatening them. Every single person that has been like on the fence on, like when you send that, anybody who's honest, they're gonna be like, oh, okay, yeah, that's definitely the government threatening them. It's pretty obvious that this is, like, he literally says he's threatening them. So yeah, I think it's alarming for a lot of people.
Yeah, and I appreciate that you guys actually provide receipts, because that has helped to like further conversations that I've had with a lot of people in my very small circle. And then also, like, I really hope you feel better, because
Thank you.
you know, like, you have a really great memory, and like so does your immune system. But man, Spawn's backpack has a way better one for bringing home all of the new germs.
Every time. I don't know how quickly germs happen. I went and helped at lunch. So like they have parent volunteers at lunch that just, the kids need like help opening things or like need a napkin or so. I was there yesterday with all these kids. And last night it just hit me. So I don't know if it happens that quickly, but it sucked.
Every time the Spawn goes to school, you're gonna get it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. I might start homeschooling her.
All right.
Thank you.
Have a great weekend, guys.
You too. See ya.
KJ, you want to swap the background?
Is the background a problem?
We just don't need lady in red, I guess.
Sure.
Oh, we're talking to friends.
Oh, okay. Sure. Yeah.
Dolphin.
What's up, Jay?
Hey.
Dude, I'm sorry. I've been holding in this story for a freaking week. It's about my brother and the whole Israel and the Christian thing.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Let me say this. I'm really sorry that you feel like shit, dude.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. But I couldn't believe he said this to my mom because she was Jewish, raised Jewish. My grandparents are Jewish. My grandfather had a number on his wrist. He was born in 1931. Um, so my brother comes over here and he says he I hear him saying something about Israel should be Christians. And then I had to go upstairs just to listen to this fucking shit. And first of all, I started getting outraged. And then he said, and I quote, I realize that in Judaism that they don't believe that Jesus is risen, but they should just accept that Jesus has risen and unalived on the cross for them, for their sins. So they should become Christians.
Oh, was JD Vance in your living room? It's just that sounds exactly like what JD Vance said. Are you hanging out there?
I don't know.
Sounds just
But
like him.
look, I disowned my brother a little while back because of what he did with me with my mom. But right after that, he literally, when I mentioned about how the Palestinians were and all this, my brother said, uh, literally get rid of them all. And then
Jesus.
I was like, fuck you.
Yeah.
Just fuck you all the way. Um, and I want to mention something. Now, I don't like Morning Joe. I don't like Joe anymore. And ever since, I really didn't even like him before because technically I really didn't know him. Anyways, a while back, I think it was about 8, 9 months before Trump got into office, he said that
You're gonna we are
3
running
weeks
real quick.
before.
We are running out of time. Can you make this quick? Because we are running
Yeah,
out of time.
we do 2 minutes for each person.
Shit.
Just make it quick. You're good. Just make it quick.
Never mind.
Okay, next Friday. Let's do it next Friday.
Have a good day.
All right. Thank you. Yeah.
Mhm. Bye.
All right. Who's next?
Positive impact.
Hey.
Hey, how's it going?
Wonderful. Couldn't be better.
Yeah. I have two things. First off, the price of beef is just unreal. Like I got just a pound of ground beef here in Bend, Oregon, and it was $11.99 a pound.
Yeah.
I swear, like 2 months ago, it was $6.99 a pound. And like last year it was $4.99 a pound. I mean, it was just I seriously was like, I just want to make hamburgers. Like
Yeah.
it was crazy. Um, and yeah, it's just gonna get worse. But the other thing is I was battling some people on Facebook, some old clients of mine. I'm an executive coach. I work with CEOs and senior executives, and these are like, yes, wealthy people, but also smart people. Like, and they were, cheering this whole thing about doxing people who celebrated the death of Charlie Kirk online.
Mm-hmm.
And I was trying to talk with them about the fact that that they're limiting free speech and they're using fear to limit what people will say. And he was like, yeah, he was like cheering it. And I was like, yeah, you're cheering it until they step over the line in something that you care about.
Yeah.
And then you will have, they don't want us to feel like we can speak out against anything that they do until, and you're going to care when it's something you care about and you're not going to be able to speak out. And yeah, it's just like, it's so amazing. And he even, I will give him credit as he's like, whoa, I hadn't thought about it like that. And we actually ended up having a good conversation. But yeah, it just scares the hell out of me.
Yeah, I think a lot of people kind of have, especially someone that looks like me. I know Dean has taken a bunch of heat, and I know he had that conversation with Athena, and he's taken a bunch of heat for this. But I'll admit, and I was glad that I'm so thankful for Athena for talking to me. But I think a lot of us have a blind spot on like how this affects people. Like when Charlie Kirk says stuff that I find abhorrent, I don't like it, but none of it is directed at me. Like if people agree with what Charlie Kirk says, none of that really comes back on me. But there are people in this country that it does come back on, and so judging, like trying to judge and demonize somebody's reaction and their feelings, like that's a place we've gone a little too far when we're worried about policing people's thoughts for their own feelings. I think that's too far. The damage of celebrating somebody who has passed away, the damage that you're doing is you're hurting other people's feelings, and that's allowed in America. And it is just weird to watch this this party. We watched the first part of this year with Elon going, "Bring back comedy. Comedy is dead," and now it's like you can't make fucking jokes about anything.
Yeah,
kind of bizarre change.
Yeah, it's frightening, actually. All right, well, thank you. Feel better. Have a good weekend, and
Thank you.
I'll be listening on Monday. All right, bye.
Can't wait. Tight. All right, who's next, Jen?
Mother.
Mother. We had Mama and now Mother. Mother Goddess
Yeah.
Molly. Hey.
Yep.
Hello, I am Molly on YouTube's. The story that I'll convey is like one of the things that bothered me was there's a couple things that bothered me. One, anyone who opposes the Trump administration is now Antifa automatically. It doesn't matter if you were his deepest, hardest supporter. That is the label they're going to toss at you when they throw you in jail into their pseudo concentration camps that they put in. What was the country that was
El Salvador
that Trump had? Yeah, El Salvador. Everyone's going to El Salvador. Let's go.
Yeah.
Free trips, foreign trips. Anyways, the thing is that after what bothered me the most in the death of Charlie Kirk, and everyone has their own personal feelings, and I had my own, but was the fact that nobody on either side gave a shit about the people who witnessed the horrific incident.
Yeah,
it snapped to me, and I realized that there are going to be kids who deal with the trauma, and it was actually as opposed to what they're thinking, where they were like, the DSA is responsible for this guy, even though we never had him as a member, because I'm the steering committee member of this local Salt Lake DSA. We know he was never here.
Yeah,
but I was coordinating with them on trying to at least to console the people of the University of Utah and the people of Colorado, like being a supportive wing, and that's what I'm doing to the DSA.
Yeah. The guy that was asking the question, I think he's actually on the Unfuck America tour. I had never seen him, but he got interviewed by Andrew Callahan, and clearly shaken, and he's getting death threats now, and he's been attacked. But for this morning, for the first time ever, I saw a camera view of his reaction, and like if you guys want to see it, you can see it on Twitter. But it doesn't show Charlie Kirk, but it just shows like immediately hands to his face, and he backed up shaking, and that will live with him for the rest of his life. And on top of that, he has to deal with people hating him because he was opposition to Charlie Kirk, and people looping him to like these Israeli conspiracy theories. And now they're saying because he's part of Unfuck America, now it's like this left-wing thing. Like this guy's life is forever changed. And I appreciate you bringing that up, because there were a lot of people affected that day who will never be the same.
Yeah, and to be clear, when I say this, we're going to reach out to the university, but we're going to help people on both sides, regardless if you supported Charlie Kirk or not. It doesn't matter to us. We care that you were hurt
in
this
that
circumstance.
That's awesome.
All right, take care.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, we've got Pink.
Hey, Pink Punk. You are muted. You may need to unmute there.
Pink, you're muted. All right, we'll come back to Pink. FOD. Oh, FOD's gone.
I was
Just
gonna
kidding.
say I don't see FOD.
JTS.
Hey,
JTS.
Hey Jay, how are you?
good. How are you?
Good. I hope starting out, hope you're feeling better and
Thank you.
wish you on a speedy recovery, whatever that looks like. So,
Thanks.
I heard you bring up Elon just a few guests ago, and I wasn't gonna come on, but I was just thinking, like, I don't know if this is gonna be received very well. But do you ever miss like the beginning of like the administration with the whole Elon stuff? I mean, it was a disaster, but also like a little bit more entertaining than what's going on now,
Yeah, before, yeah, it seemed like such a circus, and truthfully, like looking back, it was a circus. Like Elon was kind of just a sideshow. Look, I
Yeah.
thought he'd be such a big part of this administration. He came in, he just broke a bunch of shit, and then he's like, I gotta go, and now he's out of here. Yeah, I would give anything to go back to Elon being the biggest problem with this administration. I would love that. I'm with you. And it was entertaining because he was such a lunatic that it was kind of like
good.
he got a fucking change. I was explaining to somebody the other day about like how Trump mirrors fascists, and I was like, "Oh yeah, Milei. They brought in a fascist Milei, and he gave Elon a golden chainsaw, and Elon on stage went like it was so ridiculous, and we were all mocking it. I would kill to go back to the days where it was just like a lunatic billionaire making chainsaw noises. That would be great.
Honestly, yeah. I didn't know if that was gonna be received very well because what's going on and stuff, but I was just thinking about it. I'm like, man, at least it was a little entertaining. Now it's
Yeah.
just, straight depressing. So
Yeah, yeah, I'd go back to that. I'd trade for that.
all right, cool. All
All right,
right.
dude.
And well, one more thing before 10 seconds. Maybe take whatever Elon was taking. You'll feel a lot better. All right.
Thanks. That's
Have a
ketamine, I
good one,
think.
man.
I think it was ketamine.
Yeah, go for it, buddy. All right.
See
Have a
ya.
good one, you guys.
Bye. All right, who's
I
next?
don't think you're cut out for that stuff. I think I wouldn't.
How dare you?
I'm just saying.
No, I'm good. Psychedelics, I'm good with.
I don't know.
I don't know if ketamine's a psychedelic. Actually, I don't really know what it does.
I don't know.
All right.
Pink, are you there? Pink. Okay. I'm gonna disconnect you, and if you want to come back, Bowsy.
Testing. Hello.
Hey.
Howdy.
Howdy. I wasn't ready for a howdy.
What we do in New England, we howdy.
New Englanders are known for their their howdies.
We howdy. We howdy by Harvard.
Yeah. It always sounded like "fuck you, guy" to me, but it might have been howdy.
I mean, that's Boston proper.
Okay,
we're a bit kinder the further out you get.
Gotcha.
So first, I just want to shout out Twitch chat.
Shout out Twitch chat. Yeah.
Shout out Twitch chat. Second, thank you for. I have an RTP folder full of amazing clips that keeps me entertained when I'm feeling down.
Okay, that's terrifying.
I post a lot of them in the out of context stuff. But,
I know you do. You get the best one. You get a lot of good ones. I never remember saying them, and it's tough to watch.
Well, out of context, it's the channel. It's what I do.
Yeah.
But you're an MMA guy, right? MMA guy, right?
Yeah.
Did you ever hear what happened with Rampage Jackson's kid?
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, I think they just arrested or brought on actual charges like earlier today, if not yesterday.
What are the charges?
I think it's felony assault.
Felony assault, yeah.
It was on where'd it go?
He deserves it.
Yes, I'm a horror fan, and there are certain things I don't watch. Like I still haven't seen the CK clip, and I don't ever plan on it. And just watching Rampage's kid do what he did I wasn't ready for it.
That was wild. Yeah, if anybody doesn't know, Rampage Jackson's a retired MMA fighter, and his son was like on a live stream at like a wrestling event, and wrestler did. What did he do? He like hit it, like hit him over the head with something, right?
Yeah, he saw the camera, so he had like a breakaway glass bottle and hit Rampage's kid over the head as a way to like promote the show.
Yeah, and then Rampage's kid got mad and just like sat there, kept live streaming, got more and more rage, jumped in the ring at one point, body slammed the guy, knocked him out, and then he just punched him while he was out. So it was pretty tough to watch.
Yep. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I don't know if you touched upon it during the show, but I figured as an MMN guy, you would have known.
Yeah, I don't think I did. I don't think I'd covered it.
Well, I mean, my time's up, so I'll wish you adieu. Goes along with howdy, and go Raiders.
Go Raiders. See ya.
A long farewell. What's like a goodbye that would match howdy?
Arrivederci?
No, Jesus.
Later, you have to say later,
There you go.
partner.
There
Later,
you go.
partner.
Later, partner.
All right, who's next?
All right. Love you. Stop asking.
Hey,
Thanks, Dots.
that's
We love
right.
Zen.
That's right.
That's it.
All right, love you.
Love you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Hi, Ash.
Hi, how are you?
Why'd you say it like that?
Like what? I was
Are you
just saying hi, Ash.
No, you're.
We
Am I being set
don't
up?
have anything planned. We don't have anything planned. Last time I tried to be
No.
awkward, it was only awkward for me. So anyway,
Okay.
I have things to actually say.
Okay.
All right.
I was just gonna be weird because I haven't talked to Ash in a little while either. Anyways,
That is true. That is true. How are you? How are you, by the way?
I'm good. I'm good. You?
That's great. That's great. Yeah, I'm doing really well.
Good.
Okay, so two
I
things.
don't trust you.
So the food thing, so I wanted to just like affirm what you were saying because my mom called me the other day. My mom always is making sure I have enough food because it really is getting so expensive. And she said she was at the grocery store and she was watching, it was very similar. She said she was watching old couples kind of look like panicked, like looking at prices very slowly and like walking away. And it is sad. It made me really sad to hear you say it. And then I think other people are probably noticing that.
Yeah.
Which just sucks. And then the other thing I wanted to say is if people are listening right now and you're conflicted and you're not understanding what's happening, like my encouragement is to like try your hardest to get out of the binary, or put yourself like into the other sides. And the binary is just a very dangerous place to be, right? And like God made night and day, but there's also dusk and dawn. So I think it's just stupid to say there's only two sides. And what is happening right now is I think the people who have been rejected or feel rejected from either side are in this middle land in the binary, in not in the binary, but it's the left and the right fighting back and forth. And it's not helpful, it's not conducive. So if you can try to just find yourself outside of the binary and looking at it through a different lens, you might be able to understand what's happening. That's just my encouragement.
I love that. I appreciate you bringing back your Christian roots with that story. That was great.
Well, I mean, there's other things too, right? Like, I mean, I think we find that everywhere. And even if I don't want to like get into anything else, but when we talk about people who struggle with transgender people and what does non-binary mean, right? Like you can't understand it. And that's because you've been told that there's only this and there's only that. But there are so many things in between.
Yeah.
And it's a dangerous place to be, and it's a place that boxes you in. And I think some people conform well, and they might land in one of those places and be okay. But not everybody's okay with being in a box. And then you start to lose your identity, and it creates chaos, right? And people don't know where they land when society tells you you're supposed to be here, you're supposed to be there. And I think that's probably part of where this kid might have fell, is outside of the binary. And what do the rejected people do?
Yeah, that does feel right. That feels right to me that like this is somebody who had a really hard time finding a place. I agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, that's it. Okay. All right.
All right. Thanks,
Bye.
Ash.
Yeah.
See ya.
Bye.
All right. Pink, want to try again? You're muted.
I'm laughing because my dogs, they know when it's time to eat, and I got Dorothy here bugging the shit out of me.
All right, Pink. We'll go to FOD. You can first step, go off of mute. FOD.
Yeah. What's up?
Say hi.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. So as we focus in, right, we all look at each other and like try to find out who blames and whether or not we're going to get chased down by the feds or canceled or our neighbor's going to come after us or some shit. Like there's a whole like situation brewing over in the NATO region.
Yeah.
Has anybody been catching that? You've been catching what's going on over there?
I've just been trying to catch up on it. Honestly, I haven't covered it because I feel like there's a million things, and I'm trying to like keep in touch with it, but it's hard.
Well, I mean, it's just basically, I think last night it's escalated to now Russia is flying jets into, they flew it into Estonia, MiGs, just to see if they could get away with it. And
I didn't even see that.
Yeah, before anybody even knew, they were already flying their way back out, but they were in NATO, they were over the NATO capital, I think, for like 12 minutes or something before anybody even started scrambling jets and stuff. So
I'm just reading that now. Holy shit.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I haven't really talked to you since all this crazy Kirk stuff, but that shit makes me kind of spasm out, which I think that's probably why I don't really talk about it much. I have a couple of buddies. Almost all my buddies are MAGA, but my one best friend, he immediately said, dude, there was this guy that was going to college campuses and he got taken out by the left, and he's not like a huge like left right type of guy, but he said it looks like the left has no problem with like shooting people, and I'm like, my God, dude, and it is just fucking deep how
Yeah.
how I don't know how oblivious people are about how split and divided they're becoming, sectioned out. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. I don't know.
No, I'm with you. I think where I've settled on with that, because my friends had the same reaction that are kind of apolitical, and I think that I've boiled it down to they went with one, something that made sense in their head, but two, the one that like they truly wanted it to be. I think that the people that are apolitical but are like conservative leaning, they did, and even the MAGA Republicans, nobody wants to believe that Trump is what we say he is. And their knee-jerk reaction every time is going to be that's not who he is. And I've just learned since Charlie Kirk, it's opened up some other conversations. I've just learned that I have to be really careful, and I have to only say things that I'm going to then be able to, when they push back, to provide a source for, and that source has to be like pretty convincing. It can't be.
I've noticed your position has really tightened up recently, and I appreciate that about you. I'm more
Thank you.
Incendiary and reactive, and so like I will just indulge in that for myself and then get good modeling from you later. But yeah, I appreciate you, bro. Love you, Jen. Get you guys later. Sorry to take up so much time.
No, it was good talking to you. Be well.
Yeah.
Hank.
What's up, Hank?
Pink.
Oh, Pink. I thought you said Hank. I was really excited about it. There we go. There's an unmute.
Okay.
But no volume.
Now try to make sure you're on speaker. It's like if you have an iPhone, it should be at the top.
Also, you have to say the words. You can't just think them. You gotta.
Yeah, you do have to speak. That's. All right, Pink. I'll show you maybe offline. I'll teach you.
Yeah. Just DM me, Pink. Well, whatever you're gonna say, DM me. I'll respond.
All right, Mama.
Hey.
Hey. If I can figure out the unmute, I'm sure she can too.
That's true. That's very true.
First of all, I had lunch with a couple of friends today, and I thought both of them were fairly far liberal. And
neither one of them had heard of Charlie Kirk before this. One of them still thought that Biden let everybody into the country. I was just shocked. And I think that we still have a huge messaging problem.
Yeah. It's so, you know what, that one with the open borders thing, it's so hard because the thing that we're up
Yeah.
against is that we still live in a country where people don't believe that they would be lied to like this. And so
Yeah.
it's very hard for people to see everybody on their side say the same thing, and then for them to even fathom the idea that that was all a lie. The open borders one is the hardest one for me to discuss with my friends because I say, it's not open, right? And they're like, well, effectively it was. And you have to go to so many layers. That one's brutal. I don't know if we'll ever
And
be able
these
to
are
message that
people-
away.
And these are two women who absolutely despise Trump. So it's just weird. It's
Yeah.
just weird. The other thing I wanted to say, you talked about Erica Trump.
Mhm.
No, Erica Kirk.
Kirk.
Sorry.
Yeah.
And the thing that I find interesting is that they have support from very strict conservative evangelical religion, which I grew up in. And, in those churches, women are not allowed to speak, women are not allowed to teach, women are not allowed to have positions of power. The people that are hardcore Charlie Kirk followers will not respect her in that position.
Yeah, I would imagine that we will see it be a largely ceremonial role. That's my guess. I don't think
Yeah,
she will
that's
actually be the
probably
face of
true.
it. I don't think she'll be out speaking. I think that it'll be ceremonial, and it'll be a good way for whoever it is that's out there speaking to be like, we're not misogynist. Look, a woman is leading us, even if she's not.
Yeah.
It's going to provide a lot of cover
Well,
for him.
She was groomed to not be outspoken. She was groomed to be silent and submissive. So that, you're right. She's not going to be more than just the face.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, this is what she did. She was a pageant. She was like Miss Arizona. Or did she win Miss Arizona? I think she did. I think she won Miss Arizona. She went to Liberty University. Like exactly what you said. Like she is born and bred to be housewife. Well, like a trophy housewife.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Okay.
Love you guys. Take care.
Thanks, Mama. Have a good weekend.
Anima, or hat.
Hey.
Hey,
What's
Jay and
up?
Jen.
Hey.
We say that in Oregon too, so don't feel so special out there, East Coast. Solidarity with Pink. I've been there, Pink. Jen won't bite when she throws you in the dungeon for penance. So
I don't
go ahead.
I don't just throw people to a dungeon. Don't exaggerate.
I don't believe that.
Is that step 2 or step 3 of the plan?
She doesn't just do it. Sometimes she has to have a feeling first of wanting
There
to
might be
throw them in it.
lashings
Yeah.
first.
Jesus. Sign up for Jen's OF. Check it out.
Check out the OF Jen Dungeon. Yes. So I wasn't going to jump in here because I know you guys are on here late, but nobody mentioned the Make Billionaires Pay 5051 rally that's happening literally tomorrow.
I don't know anything about that.
MakeBillionairesPay.us and to see if there's a local event out in Oregon, because it's 5051. It's 50 rallies, 50 state capitals, and it happens all over the U.S. It happens globally as well. Usually, the big one is coming up. It's going to be, I believe, October 18th is the like No Kings 2.0. That's the one they're really focusing on. That's why you don't know about it, Jay. Obviously, they dump the money into the big ones.
Yeah.
But tomorrow is one, and I honestly just found out about it 3 or 4 days ago, and I've like phone banked for MoveOn.org, which they always advertise the 5051 events. But yeah, it is tomorrow. Most of them started about noon, your local time, and obviously try to get out to a state capital if you can. But that's not required. These are. Frankly, these are the ones that most of the people get out to in the U.S. And if people go out to Podunk, Salem, Oregon, the capital of Salem, or capital of Oregon, nobody realizes that Portland's not the capital, there will be people at your capital. And then hate you both.
Thank you. I was just looking. In Arizona, there's one in Payson, which is shocking. Can't believe it would be in Payson. I mean, you can see, I'm zooming in here. Like that's all of Payson. It is not big. That's just surprising. All right.
There are small events. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
All right. The dude.
What's up, the dude?
Mostly, I just came in here. I was trying to take a couple screenshots to try to help Pink out.
Awesome. That's what I figured you were doing.
But while I'm here, Jay, I want to double down on what Jen said. You're not a bitch. You're a raggedy bitch.
Thank you.
There you go. Thank you for the correction. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
But that was all I wanted.
All right. Thanks, dude. Is that it, Jen?
Yeah, that's it.
All right. Are there any Venmos that I missed?
Sorry, I'm moving. Let me see if there's any other that I missed. Or that were missed. I think that's all of them. Did we get any other super chats while we were in here?
I don't think so. And I checked mine. I think we're good.
All right.
Okay. Any last words?
Nope.
All right. All right, everybody. I will be back Monday morning and almost every weekday morning, Monday through Wednesday, and also Friday, 9:30 a.m. to 1 Pacific Standard Time. Here, wherever you watched us today, I'm going to go take a nap now, and maybe I'll see some of you guys if I get fired up this weekend and jump on TikTok. Make sure you're following us on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok so that you get notifications when we go live. We will have a members only event Monday night. And I think we're going to do, 6 Pacific. I haven't, I got to double check with Jen, but that's what we're planning on. So make sure that you're a paid subscriber either on YouTube, Twitch, or TikTok, and you can join us for that members only event where we are going to live stream a Mormon dating show and get away from politics for a night. It should be incredibly awkward and painful, and you don't want to miss it. Other than that, you can catch us on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, Twitter. I always forget that Blue Sky exists. We're over there, but I keep forgetting to post. And if you're watching this and it's not live, comment your favorite Midwestern city, and that'll help us with engagement. Other than that, guys, take care of yourselves. Drink some water, take some vitamin C, say nice things about yourself, stay cute and cool, and have a great summer.